The Technological System. By Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of three features: 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All three characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision-makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images. for technology wipes away the very principle, social, reality. Everything that is social has moved to an abstract level, with the strange phenomenon of an acute awareness of non-reality, for example, the passion for politics, and an unawareness of reality, for example, technology. 23. It is technology that hides itself. Of course, this is not deliberate. There is no anthropomorphism here, behind that luminous play of appearances. 24. In reality, we must not confuse the technological system and the technological society. The system exists in all its rigor, but it exists within the society, living in and of the society and grafted upon it. 25. The machine works because of natural products, but it does not transform nature into a machine. Society too is a natural product. At a certain level, culture and nature overlap, forming society, in a totality that becomes a nature for man. And into this complex comes a foreign body, intrusive and unreplaceable, the technological system. It does not turn society into a machine. It fashions society in terms of its necessities, it uses society as an underpinning, it transforms certain of society's structures. But there is always something unpredictable, incoherent, and irreducible in the social body. A society is made up of multiple systems, multiple types, multiple patterns, on different levels. Saying that technology is the determining factor of this society does not mean it is the only factor. Above all, society is made up of people, and the system, in its abstraction, seems to ignore that. It is only at an extreme point that we can view the society and the system as one and the same. But nobody can seriously maintain that this extreme has been reached. 26. The technological society is one in which a technological system has been installed. 27. To achieve total liberty, exemption, and independence from natural as well as moral or social constraints, man must be in that state of perfect de-individualization. 28. All utopians of the past, without a single exception, have presented society exactly as a mega-machine. 29. For him, consumption is neither a material practice nor a phenomenology of abundance. It is not defined by food and the like. It is the virtual totality of all the objects and messages now organized in a more or less coherent discourse. Consumption is an activity of systematic manipulation of signs. 30. This society, in which technology has become dominant, is the first to have the concept of technology. 31. Originally, it seems, people spoke of technique, which, consistent with its etymology, meant a certain manner of doing something, a process or ensemble of processes. Diderot thus speaks of the technique proper to each painter. But rapidly, as the machine and its industrial application came to dominate, technique, and then technology in English, began to designate the processes of constructing and exploiting machines. People now more frequently employed the plural. These were then studied by a science called technology in French and technology in English. While English uses technology for both the science and its object of study, French distinguishes respectively between technology and technique. Trans. Note. This science consists in describing and analyzing these techniques, French, that is technologies, English, in tracing their history and investigating ways of improving them. At the end of the 19th century, the science of technology was divided into 5 branches, which is quite indicative of what was then known as technique, or technology. These 5 branches were, raw materials, processes and machines bearing upon the home, plus clothes and food, hygiene and health, light and heat, tools and instruments. 32. Scientists soon distinguished between instruments and energy sources. The classification of technologies was now by tools and instruments, machines, apparatuses. Tools and instruments are material systems for increasing the efficiency of human action. Notably, they give man access to phenomena with an intensity that is too weak to act directly upon the senses, measuring instruments, or else they multiply the intensity of his efforts. From a technological viewpoint, these tools and instruments have the characteristic of being directly operated by man. Machines are material systems replacing man for actions he cannot perform himself, most often because they require too much energy. Finally, the ambiguous term apparatus designates both complex instruments and machines using a small amount of energy. Naturally, each area combines several tools, machines, and instruments in order to perform an operation correctly. Thus, the division of labor multiplies the number of technologies, which themselves produce machines. 33. Hence, technology was seen no longer as a parceling operation, but as a set of inanimate or exceptionally animate beings, organized to replace man in performing a set of operations defined by man. Louis Coufignol, Thor de l'efficacité de l'action. Technology thus has two new features: it no longer relates to just an aspect, an action, but to a whole, a set, an ensemble. It refers above all to machines that tend to replace man. And among these machines, one distinguishes those that furnish energy, those that utilize energy, power machines replacing man in his processing of material, and those involved in information, operational machines replacing man in his operations of creating, transforming, or transmitting information. On this level, technology scarcely refers to industrial operations. 34. The stages of technology are readily compared to the stages of industrial growth. These stages are dictated by energy production. Observers thus speak of the first industrial revolution, characterized by the use of coal as a power source, and by the machines built to use coal. Then came a second industrial revolution, characterized by electricity. The third one causes some wavering, the use of atomic energy. But for several years now, people have been speaking of a fourth industrial revolution, the one launched by the computer. It is obvious that we are now switching gears, for this is no longer a change or advance in power sources. The dominant factor is no longer a growth of potential or exploited energy, but rather an apparatus of organization, information, memorization, and preparation for decision-making, to replace man in a huge number of intellectual operations. 35. We can see that all the above stages are linked to the use of machines and specific technologies. But technology is then viewed as a reality that is independent of more or less improved practices and of machines. Technology as a whole has a general character in relation to individual technologies, but it does not leave the area of machine application. Nevertheless, a new meaning soon appeared. It became more and more obvious that these technologies and machines had vast consequences for human behavior and societal organization. People now began speaking of the technological society, Georges Friedman, Société technocienne. Using technology in a wider sense, they began studying the machine not only in itself, but also in its relations to man and society. We will not examine here this social science of technology studied as the industrial society. 36. Nevertheless, at that time 20 years ago the term technology was limited to the strict meaning of a scientific study of technological processes with no reference to sociological dimensions. For the latter, people spoke of a sociology of the machine or of technology. However, a new concept was already emerging. On the one hand, technology could apparently be defined very broadly in terms of what had implicitly been its overriding feature since its origins: efficiency. People could now say that technology was the ensemble of the absolutely most efficient means at a given moment. This allowed unhooking technology from the machine. For there were so many other technologies than those coupled to machines, for instance, sport technologies. Moreover, this definition had a great advantage. It reminded us that technology was made up of means, all means, but that we could focus only on those regarded as the most efficient at any moment, because that was the very criterion of choice and progress in the technologies. In other words, wherever there is research and application of new means as a criterion of efficiency, one can say that there is a technology. The latter is not defined by the instruments used or by some area of action, clothing, transportation, etc. There are perfectly abstract technologies, for example, speed reading. Yet the same word was employed to designate the parcellary, mechanical technologies and technology in that latter sense. 37. Lionel Robbins, for example, The Sociological Imagination, p. 80, rightly says, "It is not an exaggeration to say that, at the present days, one of the main dangers of civilization arises from the inability of minds trained in the natural sciences to perceive the difference between the economic and the technical." 38. So long as we fail to study the technological phenomenon beyond its economic implications and the problems of the economic system and class struggle, we are doomed to ignorance of contemporary society, and hence, impotence for any revolutionary action. 39. Economic progress and technization are not synonymous. Technization does not have an economic aspect from the very outset. Today, if there really is a potential and debated kinship between technological and economic growth, there is no kinship whatsoever between technological growth and economic development, as we shall see. 40. There is a world of difference between the laboratory discovery of a technology and its universal application. 41. It is not the dangers in the growth of those technologies that frighten me, but rather the childishness of the authors who believe that these technologies are already here and that tomorrow's world is today's laboratory. To speak of machine that lives and thinks, or even reproduces itself is infantile anthropocentrism, von Neumann. 42. New Age thinking and technology, Carl's Reich. Technology itself produces consciousness, which is that of man as a free and spiritual adult. Hippies everywhere. It suffices if the system of values changes, if psychological behavior is transformed, if the way of life is transformed, and poof! Technology has no more power. The triumph of long hair and bell-bottoms, proclaims Reich, guarantees our mastership of technology, for the choice of a lifestyle is an act of transcendence of the machine, an act of independence, a declaration of independence. We are entering a new age of man. 43. Technology as an environment. 44. People generally conceive of technology as a means of action allowing man to do what he was unable to achieve by his own means. That is true, of course. But it is much more important to consider that these means are a mediation between man and his natural environment. This mediation can be either passive or active. Clothing, dwellings, technological products are screens placed between the body and the surrounding environment. 45. As Simondon emphasizes, concretization gives the technological object an intermediary place between the natural object and the scientific representation of the abstract, that is primitive technological object, which is a far cry from constituting a natural system. It is the translation into matter of a set of scientific notions and principles that are separate from one another. On the other hand, the concrete, that is evolved technological object approaches the existential mode of natural objects. It tends towards inner coherence, towards closure of the system of causes and effects. Furthermore, it incorporates a part of the natural world, which is involved as a condition of functioning. 46. It has often been said that work is what makes the human being the mediator between nature and mankind as a species. If this is true, then technological work creates for itself the most immense set of mediations imaginable because the work is incorporated and lasting. 47. Through technological activity, man creates mediations, and these mediations can be detached from the individual who produces them and conceives them. The individual expresses himself in them but does not adhere to them. The machine has a kind of impersonalness, which allows it to become another man's instrument. The human reality that it crystallizes within itself is alienable precisely for being detachable. The technological object, conceived and constructed by man, is not limited to just creating a mediation between man and nature. It is a stable mixture of the human and the natural. It contains the human and the natural. It gives its human content a structure resembling that of natural objects. It can be inserted into the world of natural causes and effects in that human reality. The relation between man and nature is not merely experienced and practiced in an obscure fashion, it takes on a status of stability, of consistency, which makes it a reality having its own laws and its orderly permanence. Technological activity, by putting up the world of technological objects and universalizing the objective mediation between man and nature, reattaches man to nature with a far richer and more definite bond than that of the specific reaction of collective labor. 48. All those things are perfectly true. But we have to add that this mediation becomes exclusive of any other. There are no other relationships between man and nature. The whole set of complex and fragile bonds that man has patiently fashioned, poetic, magic, mythical, symbolic bonds, vanishes. 49. There is only the technological mediation, which imposes itself and becomes total. Technology then forms both a continuous screen and a generalized mode of involvement. Technology is in itself not only a means, but a universe of means in the original sense of universum, both exclusive and total. 50. Speaking about televised sports, Baudrillard, shows that they have an important function, participation. The participating athlete and the participating spectator each gets what he wants: the athlete, the pleasure of being on the tube; the spectator, the feeling of being part of a whole, in contact. They get what they're after, communion. Or rather that modern, asepticized form of communion, communication, contact. 51. Communion no longer passes through a symbolic support but through a technological support. It is in those terms that communion is communication. 52. Technology is the support of interhuman communion. 53. Technology has become a mediator. 54. Vast consequences. The first is that we are dealing with an autonomous mediation. 55. It is common knowledge that the most important thing is not so much the choice of a value as the possibility of a mediation between the value and the individual or the social body. Technology, as the sole mediator now recognized, actually escapes any system of values. 56. This allows technology to entirely escape the desired or supposed values. 57. The mediation by technology is essentially sterile and sterilizing, contrary to all previous systems of mediation, which were plurivocal, equivocal, unstable in their applications, and also deeply rooted in a rich and creative unconscious. 58. Not only does technology mediate between man and the natural environment and, to a second degree, between man and the technological environment, but it also mediates between men. People are more and more in contact with one another because of technological instruments, the telephone, and psychological technologies, pedagogy, human relations, group dynamism. 59. Artificial environment. He no longer lives in touch with the realities of the earth and the water, but with the realities of the instruments and objects forming the totality of his environment. He is now in an environment made of asphalt, iron, cement, glass, plastic, and so on. 60. The worker, for instance, no longer knows anything about the material he is working on. He only has to know the machines performing the necessary operations. And then soon, there is a second abstraction with automation. 61. When man finds himself in an environment that is becoming exclusively technological, the mode of savage thinking, which survives as such in man, becomes fairly useless. The savage mind is determined by the natural environment. 62. Symbolization, which helped man to survive in a hostile world, has become inadequate for the technological environment, in which it has no use. 63. Plan obsolescence. The invasion by the objects is accompanied by the scorn for those very same objects. 64. Things are made to be destroyed, humans and weapons in Vietnam's war, bought to be discarded, multiplied in order to be eliminated. Objects are the object of our profound scorn. 65. But why is that? In reality, these objects have no value or importance whatsoever, they exist only as products of the technological mechanism. What characterizes this society is not the object but the means. It is not the invasion by the objects, but the multiplication of means ad infinitum. 66. Our universe is not a universe of objects, that it is not a system of objects, but a universe of means and a technological system. 67. The old, natural, environment is not really abandoned in favor of the new, technological, one. Rather, the new one permeates the old one, engulfs it, utilizes it, but in order to become the phagocyte, and disintegrates it like a cancerous tissue proliferating in an earlier non-cancerous one. The simplest visual example is the way the city world encroaches upon rural areas through the spread of the suburbs. 68. The well-known depletion of natural resources, which we shall come back to later, results not only from abuse by the technologies, but also from the very establishment of technology as man's new milieu. 69. Technology reduces a whole to simple units by analyzing it and generally compartmentalizing it. The Taylor work method is a model example. 70. The wholes established by technology do not make us feel complete or satisfied, they are still experienced as splintered wholes. 71. But there's a rub. The old environment has not totally disappeared. We still have air and water. And even man cannot do without them as yet. This is essentially what causes the irrationality and the system crisis as we see it. 72. But obviously, we will never reach the old complexity of the natural environment, a complexity that we discover more and more as we destroy it. We cannot reach it because technology simplifies. 73. We do not exactly know the complexities of the ecosystem, reduced to a supporting role, that we are destroying. We discover them by the consequences of their disappearance. 74. The technological environment is in fact characterized by the growth of abstraction and controls. It is obvious that in such conditions, the technological environment scarcely favors spontaneity, creativity. 75. Without claiming that the technological environment is equivalent to an engine, the comparison is a good one. Only the artifact can enter this environment, for it is made in such a way as to fit in exactly. It is made for. Which cannot be said of any of the natural elements. Hence, the artificialness of the technological environment causes it to be absolutely exclusive. 76. It used to be nature that imposed its evolutionary rhythm upon us. Now it is technology. It used to be nature that determined certain social structures, Bodin's and Montesquieu's famous theory of climates. Now it is technology. It used to be nature that meted out the raw materials. Now the crux is the technological processing. It used to be nature that required man to establish fixed laws of relations between objects and himself, property. Now, the objects, emerging from a constantly renewing technological action, are no longer so important. What counts is know-how, which enables us to fit in precisely and find our places in the technological environment. 77. What modern linguistics really does is to reduce language in such a way as to make it fit neatly into this technological universe, trimmed down to an indispensable communication for the creation of the system. Language is losing its mystery, its magic, its incomprehensibility. It no longer expresses dreams. 78. Technization of language. 79. It is not useless to recall that the first satisfactory definition of technology that we find is by Max Weber, who sees it precisely as a means. The technique of an action refers to the means employed as opposed to the meaning or end to which the action is, in the last analysis, oriented. Rational technique is a choice of means which is consciously and systematically oriented to the experience and reflection of the actor, which consists at the highest level of rationality in scientific knowledge. The ultimate meaning of a concrete act may, seen in the total context of action, be of a technical order, that is, it may be significant only as a means in this broader context. Then the meaning of the concrete act, viewed from the larger context, lies in its technical function, and conversely, the means which are applied in order to accomplish this are its techniques. The presence of a technical question always means that there is some doubt over the choice of the most rational means to an end. 80. Hegel realized the beginning of that metamorphosis when he wrote, "The tool as such keeps back man's material annihilation, but in this respect it remains his activity. In the machine, man sublates this formal activity of his and lets it work fully for him. However, the deception he practices on nature takes its revenge on him. Whatever he wins from nature, the more he subjugates it, the lower he becomes himself. He may process nature by means of various machines, but he does not sublate the necessity of his labor. He merely puts off his labor, removes it from nature, and he does not direct himself as living upon nature as living. Instead, this negative livingness flees, and the labor that remains for him becomes more and more machine-like itself." 81. Technology as a determining factor. If research is so important, it is because it leads to technology and not to pure intellectual satisfaction. These current formulas point out that technology is the determinant factor in our society. 82. All the so-called decentralization efforts merely produce deconcentration, which actually intensifies the centralization. 83. The more important the state becomes, the less important the citizen, the theoretical bearer of political sovereignty. 84. Remarkably, the same is true of the traditional politician. The congressman, senator, even the government minister, have less and less real power. 85. The politician has a far-aid role, he provides the showy front, and he also assumes responsibility for a matter of which he has only very shallow knowledge. 86. What is the source of this double phenomenon? I believe that the reason for the system is technological growth. 87. In modern society, it is always because of technology that the jurisdiction of the state keeps expanding. 88. The politician can exercise no control in the multiplicity of services. He depends entirely on three kinds of people: experts, technicians, and administrators, themselves technicians, of organizing and implementing. These people alone have the knowledge and the means of action. 89. There are very few technicians who wish to have political power. 90. We are watching the birth of a technological state, which is anything but a technocracy. This new state has chiefly technological functions, a technological organization, and a rationalized system of decision-making. 91. Historians know that a sudden increase of population occurs at certain periods without our being able to pinpoint any exact causes. In particular, we cannot resolve the following problem: is population growth the cause or the result of economic growth? Either side can be argued. In all likelihood, the two phenomena give rise to one another. Nevertheless, at the present time, the determining factor of production growth is indisputably the technological development. 92. Technology wipes out the ancient regulators: infant mortality, famine, etc., and we no longer believe what was a certain truth 20 years ago, namely, that the rise in the overall living standard and the wealth of food automatically cause a drop in the birth rate. The baby boom in the United States contradicts that earlier assumption. 93. I feel we can say that technology may not be the determining factor but a major determining factor in the two linked phenomena. 94. The massive development of technology triggers a certain number of changes in the individual, especially by creating new needs that are in no way false or artificial, and in the society, which cannot maintain the same structures. Consider these two facts. Man cannot live and work in a technological society unless he receives a certain number of complementary satisfactions allowing him to overcome the drawbacks. Spare time activities, distractions, their organization, are not superfluous, they cannot be done away with for the sake of something more useful, they do not represent a true rise in the standard of living. They are thoroughly indispensable in making up for the uninteresting work, the deculturation caused by specialization, the nervous tension due to the excessive speed of all operations, the acceleration of progress requiring difficult readjustment. All these things, which are brought on by technological development, can be tolerated only if man finds a new level of compensations. 95. It seems that the more production rises, the more our society becomes technicized, and the more these needs grow in number and quality. 96. I submit that in our technological society, the forces of production are no longer the infrastructure. They have become a superstructure. That is to say, they can develop and keep advancing only if there is a social infrastructure of organization capable of both producing the research indispensable to such progress and receiving this progress into the social body. The mechanism of production is now conditioned by services. It is no longer the interior of the technological world, the determining factor. 97. As a second consequence, one could very cautiously cite a new aspect of the law of diminishing returns. We know that this law was formulated for agricultural output and is today judged incorrect. But it can, I feel, now be applied to industrial production. Let us say schematically that when technology is first applied to industrial output, the growth is in direct proportion to the technological progress. But the more this output increases, the more it requires a framework of multiple services. The technological progress then encompasses vaster and more complex ensembles, and only part of that progress can be directly applied to production. As we advance, the part applied to production diminishes proportionally. In other words, an increased output of useful goods requires greater technological strength applied to sectors that are not directly useful. Hence, the growth in production of useful goods tends to keep declining at a constant progression within a technological system. Of course, this notion of decreasing useful returns is valid only under two conditions: if we look at overall production, and if the country being studied is highly technicized. This phenomenon can be observed only at a very high production level. 98. Mistake has Toffler, who claims we are entering an era of total and constant change, which is a bit juvenile. 99. I have tried to show that technology is a realization, hence an achievement, hence an increase, of the spirit of power, which led to a polarization of man in respect to power. This is brilliantly taken up and demonstrated by Bertrand de Juvenal, Arcady, when he meticulously studies the fact that modern wealth is the expression of the will to power. Technological progress is essentially a manifestation of human power, a chance for man to admire himself. The development of power was the goal, with greater comfort as a byproduct. Likewise, technological progress, for man, is a variant of the spirit of conquest, which is both satisfied and reinforced by technology. This spirit of conquest causes the division of man into producer and consumer and his obedience to the imperative of efficiency. What is interesting in Juvenal's study is not only his demonstration of the consequences of these well-known phenomena but also his insertion of them into economic theory. 100. Baudrillard shows to what extent the culture and education issuing from technology are the absolute reverse of the culture conceived as 1. The heritage of works, thoughts, traditions, 2. The continuous dimension of theoretical and critical reflection, critical transcendence and symbolic function. 101. The crucial thing is that culture is no longer meant to endure. It is the rapid progression of technology that condemns culture to being the opposite of what it has always been. Now it is the immediate consumption of a technological product without substance. 102. As Baudrillard rightly notes, there is ultimately no difference between mass culture, which devises contents, and avant-garde creation, which manipulates forms. Both are determined by the functional imperative of technology that everything must always be up to date. 103. There have never been any egalitarian societies, and hierarchy was part of the general cultural universe. Only a few ineffective utopians could pretend to build an egalitarian society. 104. All this is a direct result of technological growth. Technology cannot put up with irrational discriminations or social structures based on beliefs. All inequality, all discrimination, for example racial, all particularism, are condemned by technology, for it reduces everything to commensurable and rational factors. 105. New forms of wealth have replaced what used to be capital, a job, retirement rights, a management or concession license, social security, hospitalization under a doctor's care. Those are the new forms of wealth representing relations to organizations. 106. What counts is not so much the money that an individual possesses, but rather the money that he can spend. And this depends on his technological capacity and his status. He is an engineer at Renault, a doctor of political economy, etc. So that status unites the condition of people in a socialist and in a capitalist society. Property is transformed into relations. Such as the new property based on the technological capacity, which guarantees status. 107. Self-management by the workers at the bottom is a dangerous utopia. 108. Observers habitually declare that a modern man has to be ready, because of the technologies, to change his profession 2 or 3 times in his life. But according to Montmollon's very judicious comment, there are no more professions, there are only jobs or activities. It is wrong to say that nowadays a worker has to change trades 2 or 3 times during his life. He does not change his trade, he does not have one. He therefore has to keep readjusting almost permanently. The most important measure to be taken in 1980 in the retraining of workers is to abolish the very idea of retraining. We would have to be so accustomed to training in industry that we should not think in terms of training and retraining, but only of training and more training. Contrary to what is often asserted, work is far from having lost its laboriousness because of technology. Quite the opposite. It seems that even after the era of the machine, whose effects on man are common knowledge, work has actually become even more laborious, more draining than before. 109. The computer has carried us from the civilization of experience to the civilization of knowledge. 110. The computer appeared when information, stored, written, became unusable. 111. With the computer, knowledge becomes a force of production, a decisive power in politics, though to the degree that all the economic and technological factors cohere in a rationally grasped whole. 112. The problem is now the conflict between that absolute rationality and what has hitherto constituted the person. That is the pivot of all present-day reflection, and, for a long time, it will remain the only philosophical issue. 113. Technology contained in itself that complete transformation of the relationship to reality. Baudrillard, La Société de Consommation, did an excellent job of showing this. It is remarkable to think that technology, which is often accused of materializing man, of chaining him to the material environment, and which does indeed center everything on activity in the material, derealizes everything, transforms everything into a sign of nothing to consume. Nature has been rediscovered in the guise of a rustic sample, framed by the immense urban tissue, gridded and honeycombed in the form of open spaces, nature preserves, or as backdrops to weekend cottages. This rediscovery is actually a recycling of nature. That is to say, nature is no longer an original, specific presence, in symbolic opposition to the culture, but a model of simulation, a digest of signs of nature put back into circulation. 114. Technology, as a mediator and as the new environment, makes every reality other than itself abstract, remote, and devoid of content. In this gigantic transformation, how can we help but attribute once again the role of determining factor to technology? 115. Technology as a system. 116. By speaking of the technological system, I propose to take account of an important part of reality. 117. The technological system is not completed. It is not closed, it is not a system evolving by its own unique internal logic. 118. The technological system is formed by the existence of the technological phenomenon and by technological advance. I am using technological phenomenon in the sense that I gave it in the technological society, distinguishing it from technological operation, which has always existed throughout history. It is technology that works its own change. It has what Juvenal calls a permanent revolution of processes. Progression is a part of the object itself, it is constitutive to the object. As we have said, there is no technology without progression. Technological progress is not evolving technology, it is not technological objects that change because they are improved, it is not an adding up of influences on those machines or those organizations that impels them to adjust. Technology has as a specific given, the feature that it requires its own transformation for itself. From the very instant that it existed in its modern reality, it produced the phenomenon of progression. The progress with which we are imbued and whose ideology inspires all our judgments is a direct result of technology. It is not technology progressing, it is a new and independent reality. It is the conjunction of the technological phenomenon and technological progress that constitutes the technological system. Hence, there are traits, regulations, laws, if one can still phrase it thus, in both. Technological progress takes place in a certain way and offers peculiarities distinguishing it from other types of evolution. Economic growth or cultural development does not happen along the same lines as technological progression. Therefore, the technological system is characterized by a set of specific traits that distinguish it from other verifiable systems. As for the singularity of this system, it reveals itself in the very circumstance that a technological factor always preferentially joins with another technological factor. An attraction exists between them, and it is clearly due not to the nature of either factor but to their belonging to the same system. Hence, the associations with external factors, depending on other systems, political, economic, ideological, are certainly not excluded, but they are always secondary. 119. And when mechanization is introduced into offices, it is a kind of spearhead launched in that direction by the technological system. Administration is then modified, above all, it loses its determining character, and is now determined by the new apparatus. Unity is achieved not so much in the earlier framework, government/administration, but by means of the correlations between the diverse technologies. Thus there are no scattered technological factors, integrated into various social, political, economic contexts, which have their organizational principles, their unity, etc. Quite the reverse. There is a technological system having various modalities of intervention and attaching to itself every fragment of the human or social reality, which operation, moreover, removes that fragment from the tissue it was a part of. Hence, every technological factor, associated with the others, forms a more or less coherent and doubtlessly rigorous whole. The coherence is internal but not necessarily evident. 120. Technology exists only because there are human beings participating in it, making it function, inventing, choosing. To claim we can examine technology without regarding the chance elements, the irregularities produced by man, means proceeding to an illegitimate and, moreover, impossible abstraction. The technological system is purely imaginary, we never see it. What we see, what we encounter, are men using the instruments. Ultimately, technology does not exist. There are products, there are machines, there are methods. But it is artificial to view them together. Lefebvre wants to show that there are plural technologies, diverse, mutually unrelated, and plural technological objects, scattered, dispersed, with very divergent finalities, and never concerning the same environments. There is thus a collection, an addition, but no system. 121. I realize that by analyzing the technological system as an object in itself, without considering mankind or groups, I am going counter to one of the chief trends in present-day sociology. Weber is reproached for studying bureaucracy as a system, setting forth its traits and operating laws. His detractors point out that it is the officials, the clerks that count, and that, ultimately, no concrete investigation reveals any of the laws and principles forwarded by Weber. Instead, we find human relationships, actions and reactions of groups and individuals, dysfunctions, choices, and initiatives. 122. That, and nothing else, is the verifiable reality of an administration. That is man in relation to what is known as technology. It is he who, in the final analysis, is called upon to act and to choose. Even if there is a certain reality of technology, it is erroneous to claim we can analyze it by disregarding the human presence. And yet, although I am familiar with this objection and acknowledge its full accuracy, such an analysis is precisely what I have attempted here. And my reasons are twofold. 123. We know that from his very origins, man has tried to establish a system of nature. He has striven for both a system of relations, and an explanatory system. He has often gone awry, with magical or metaphysical explanations and correspondences, but each time, one system replaced another, until he formulated a system of rational relationships that are called scientific. This is precisely the same labor that we have attempted here. We do not claim that our description of the technological system is scientific or decisive, but only that this is an indispensable first step, without which nothing can be done toward comprehending man's new universe. 124. In other words, by studying the technological system, I appear to be disregarding man. But in fact, I am showing the canvas on which action, refusal, angst, approval, perception, etc. take place. And without knowing that canvas, I could not understand those experiences and perceptions. 125. I do not offer what takes place, what is, but what man modifies, accelerates, disturbs, etc. 126. Nonetheless, there is a further error to be avoided here. We should not believe that if technology is considered in this way, it is an object, or that, in relation to technology, man is a subject. Yet that is what we hear all the time. After all, technology merely supplies things, and man does whatever he likes with them. Thus, what we hear all the time, everything depends on their good or bad use. Remarkably, moreover, the very same people declare that the technological system does not exist as such and that there are only technological objects. In point of fact, however, those objects are not scattered and unrelated, they are included in a system. Furthermore, man, who is to act upon this system, who is to use these technological objects, is not a man per se, an absolute subject either. He himself is incorporated in a technological society. 127. We have to zero in on this current opinion. First of all, it belongs to the man in the street, who, of course, does not perceive a technological ensemble. He thinks he is dealing with his car, his TV, his modern accounting register, the IBM machine, and the airplane. separate elements, distinct uses, an absence of reflection on their coherence and continuity. But this attitude results just as much from specialization. Each sector develops independently of the others. In appearance, each of us is immersed in a separate technological domain. Each man knows his professional technology, and only that. He is aware, theoretically, that other technologies exist side by side with his, but he does not see the inner coherence of the sectors, and he can dream about all those vast and free fields which are ruled by independence and imagination, his own field being that of rigor, efficiency, and enslavement. Last but not least, among intellectuals, this attitude results from a systematic refusal to consider this reality. If technology is truly a system, then freedom of thought is a mere decoy, man's sovereignty is threatened, etc. And since this cannot be, then technology cannot possibly be a system. 128. Those intellectuals maintain the image of an intact society, and an intact human being, a society whose structures are comparable to those of the past, not the same, to be sure, whose groups, culture, work are subject to the same principles and the same analyses, though we perceive the differences, to be sure. Society, the same old society, is thought of as consisting, still, of classes, with similar class relationships, and obeying the same old dialectics. 129. It is very hard to accept that we live in a society having no common measure with earlier societies, and that the experiences and thoughts of our ancestors are no longer of any use to us. 130. We have to regard not so much the change of older frameworks as the appearance of a new environment, every particular technology, for each one can be truly comprehended only in its relationship to the others. 131. The first aspect of the system is obviously its specificity. Technologies are not comparable to anything else. 132. But we have to go further. All the parts are correlated, a correlation accentuated by the technicizing of information. 133. The consequences are twofold. First of all, one cannot modify a technology without causing repercussions and modifications in a huge number of other objects or methods. Secondly, the combinations of technologies produce technological effects, engendering new objects or new methods. And these combinations take place necessarily, inevitably. But beyond that, the technological world, like any system, has a certain tendency to regulate itself, that is to constitute an order of development and functioning which makes technology engender both its own accelerators and its own brakes. 134. This system exists basically not because a mechanical relationship has established itself between the different factors. By no means should we imagine the technological system like the different parts of a clockwork, but because we have a denser and denser ensemble of information relationships. 135. The more technology develops, the further the labors of information increase as a condition of that development. 136. Material output and the movements of physical objects have become less important than these non-material activities. The information explosion was necessary for the creation of the system. It is not a mere accidental product of our capacity to produce information. 137. It is in this context that we must ask about the new technological ensemble, thanks to which the technological system is completing the process of constituting itself. 138. The importance of the computer is obviously tied to the fact that the further we advance, the more significant a part of our world information becomes. This is already a platitude. We are no longer a society dominated by the imperative of production, now, we are ruled by the transmission, circulation, reception, and interpretation of multiple information. And that is exactly how the system is completing its constitution. 139. What makes it flexible and ungraspable at a given moment is that one can never draw up any sort of inventory of the system, because that would mean coagulating the information, hence negating the system itself. 140. The machine does not do everything. Man must first define the goal, the objective to be attained, on condition that it can be evaluated quantitatively, decide on a program to put into the machine's memory and translate the program into a language that the computer can understand, and gather the specific data of the problem to be solved. The machine performs the operations and presents the results, but it is man who decides what he will do with the results. The machine cannot, in theory we will see the discussion below, surpass its own limits or take initiatives. It functions according to rules that are defined in advance. By using the computer, man, admittedly, can pass along inferior, automatic tasks, and it is inferred that he can therefore devote himself to the superior tasks of inventing, of conceiving programs. But we can stop here in this recollection of platitudes. 141. The translating machine? It exists and is being used. But we are told by Elgazi, Vacker, and even Moles that it is a complete flop. The machine furnishes translations that are perfectly unintelligible, just as the teaching machines or chess-playing machines are still in the realm of fancy. 142. As for demonstrating theorems, these theorems were all known. The computer has not advanced mathematics by even one jot. Regarding the possibility of having the computer learn autonomously and on the basis of its previous experience, it is, as Vacker says, a matter of definitions. One can program computers to react to signals from the outer world and to put those signals to their own use. The computer can work out statistics on the behavior of the surrounding milieu and, in terms of results, orient the apparatuses that are placed under its control. But there is no way that the computer can furnish an optimal reaction to events that were not foreseen by the programmer. 143. Elgazi can accurately say that the intrinsic feature of the human mind is not making calculations but knowing that it is making calculations and knowing what they signify. And this is something the computer will never achieve. 144. It is the computer that allows the technological system to definitively establish itself as a system. First of all, it is the computer that allows the large subsystems to organize. 145. The computer has everywhere the function of integrating the parts of the technological subsystems. 146. If one sets up a computer, and we have seen that this is nothing as yet, without first analyzing the system, one ultimately transfers the strategies and structures of the simplest possible system into the programs of the computer in order not to risk a large-scale failure. Thus, there are systems in which a certain number of processes are run by a computer and which, for that reason alone, are considered modern and efficient, whereas they actually offer highly modest and uninteresting benefits, says Elgazi. Using a computer is not enough to make us modern. 147. The computer is not a gadget to do things better and faster. Computers are the correlation factor in the technological system. Until now, the large technological ensembles have had few interrelations. 25 years ago, there was no way to speak of the technological system, because all that could be ascertained was a growth of technology in all areas of human activity. It was an anarchic growth. However, these areas were still kept specific by the traditional division of operations performed by man, and there was no relationship between them. People did look for the technological means to relate them, but they never managed to think of anything but an institutional-type organization. 148. The further technicization advanced, the more the technological sectors tended to become independent, autonomous, and incoherent. Only the computer can deal with this. But it is quite obvious that it cannot be one computer. It has to be an ensemble of computers working interrelatedly at all communication points of the system. 149. The computer performs a task inaccessible to man. And thus, there is no rivalry between them. The ideology that sees the robot as a servant or rebel, or the computer as ultimately replacing man in the evolution of creatures, is a bunch of fancies proving that the people who talk about the computer haven't the foggiest notion of what a computer is, and approach it through anthropomorphism. It is not enough to say that the computer can do this or that. All this talk is nonsense. The sole function of the data processing ensemble is to allow a junction, a flexible, informal, purely technological, immediate, and universal junction of the technological subsystems. Hence, we have a new ensemble of new functions, from which man is excluded not by competition, but because no one has so far performed those functions. This does not, of course, imply that the computer eludes man, but rather, a strictly non-human ensemble is establishing itself. 150. The numerical universe of the computer is gradually becoming the universe that is regarded as the reality we are integrated in. If the instrument must be employed to its full capacity, then dialectical thinking becomes impossible. We have to admit that the computer is both Manichaean, repetitive, and non-comprehensive. 151. The computer has entered a perfectly oriented system. It will not, by itself, bring any democratizing or decentralizing. On the contrary, it will accentuate the opposite trends. 152. In practically all writings on technology, the authors wonder if we can change the use of the automobile, or if TV has a bad effect, etc. But this is meaningless. Because TV, for instance, exists only in terms of a technological universe, as an indispensable distraction for people living in this universe and as an expression of this universe. It is not raw or cultural per se because it quite simply does not exist in and of itself. It is TV plus all the rest of the technological actions. 153. Subsystems, rail, postal, telephone, and air systems, a production and distribution system for electric power, industrial processes of automated production, an urban system, a military defense system, etc. These subsystems were organized without long-term planning. They were organized, adapted, and modified step by step, in response to demands made by, for example, the growth in size of these subsystems and the gradually emerging relationships to the other subsystems. Sometimes, people have tried to thoroughly reorganize such an ensemble from square one. But, it must be noted, such attempts work less and less because each ensemble is now tied up with, and conditioned by the others. 154. Flexibility. What we have just said would make it appear enormously rigid, and indeed, the imperatives are more and more numerous and demanding. But it seems that while this may be true for each subsystem, the ensemble per se tends to function more flexibly, and the strength and stability of technology reside in that ability to adapt. 155. The technological system produces more and more efficient mechanisms to bring about conformity. It can offer a huge measure of independence so long as human action does not challenge the system. 156. He can listen to the music he likes, dress as he likes, take on completely aberrant religious beliefs or moral attitudes. None of these things challenge the technological system. The technologies even produce the means of these diversifications for man. But these diversifications exist only to the extent that the technologies function, and the latter function only to the extent that the technological system keeps improving. 157. It is a mistake made by many thinkers, like Charles Reich or Animus, to see increased liberty herald a challenge to the system by free behaviors or the emergence of a new phenomenon independent of technology. In reality, these motions of independence are strictly dependent. 158. Conformity to technology is now the true social conformity. 159. Regionalist theories all have the same function, to refine or justify the reductive dynamics of differences. regionalism is a product of the technological society. Despite the contrary appearances, which make technology out to be always centralizing, technology can also be decentralizing so long as the decentralized factor is more strongly integrated into the system itself. In this way, regionalism can be an aspect of technocracy, although presenting itself as an application of liberalism. 160. Technology, which is neither wicked, visible, nor appalling, but utterly gentle and benign. 161. Crozier, in The Stalled Society, very accurately points out that, in order to cope with technological growth, there will have to be more invention, creation, nonconformity, and challenge. Creativity and nonconformity are fundamental values in the technological society. Indeed, for its progress, this society requires not passiveness but an enthusiastic approval of change. It is technology that demands an assault on the old values, on morals and traditional ethics. 162. The challenger opens the way for technological strides. Creativity is called upon, because whenever technology advances, forms of life that are possible in technology must be invented. 163. But it is wrong to believe that there is true creativity. This relates only to technology. True nonconformity, it expresses merely a conformity to the deeper and stronger reality. When I speak of conformism and Crozier of nonconformism, we are simply not on the same level of analysis. It is certain that by progressing non-stop, technology challenges the old structures and values, and incites man to create whatever allows him to live in this environment. But this is never anything but conformity, and creativity will produce the countless gadgets. Those bell-bottoms so dear to the heart of Charles Reich are an essential product of this adaptable creativity. 164. Likewise, an altruistic ideology will see the light of day, neo-Christianism for others, or the ideology of socialism with a human face. The more truly oppressive the system gets, the more man has to compensate by affirming his independence. The more destructive the system gets towards human relations, the more man has to aver himself an altruist, which Baudrillard is perfectly correct in labeling a social lubrication. Once this altruism leaves the verbal and institutionalized domain, it will itself become very quickly technicized. One should not view the technological system as manufacturing human robots. On the contrary, it develops those things on which we make our humanity most strongly dependent: diversity, altruism, nonconformity. But they are perfectly integrated into the system itself. 165. I always come back to the example of the Nazi soldier, at the start of the war. He was trained for individual initiative, for non-servility toward commanders, for the capacity to take over an enterprise himself, and he therefore seemed the opposite of the mechanized soldier, who is at his sergeant's beck and call. But this freedom existed only within the army. He was not free to desert. It was meant to turn out better fighters, within the Nazi ideology, and it was achieved by extreme psychological manipulation. Such is the creativity, the nonconformity of man inside the technological society. 166. The mathematician Cornet, who, in his Considerations sur la marche des événements dans les temps modernes, 1872, was probably the first to understand and expose the vast danger of not only mechanization but technology as well. A good deal later, Adams, The Degradation of Democratic Dogma, 1919, saw the consequences of technology with an extreme lucidity. The voices of these scientists were muffled by the existence of the pressure group of technicians and scientists which Galbraith clarified in the new industrial state. The group of technicians is perfectly integrated into the technological system and acts as a relay between technology and society. 167. The one, the it, the field, all mechanism, etc. is purely and simply mechanism, just as incidentally, the style of Lacan, and of so many other writers, is very significantly shear incantation. It is a mechanical expression of the compensatory reaction by the technological system. 168. Technology is a flexible ensemble that tends to endlessly reproduce its own reorganization. Otherwise, it would not be technology. A bit like a doll with a lead bass, you can push it down and rock it, but it always regains its balance, though in a different place from before. 169. Thus, technology contains within itself its own processes of reorganization, for it is precisely a technological organization. 170. Any challenge to, any disturbance in the system is nothing but a provocation, a solicitation to have new technologies, new organizations, new procedures established, each time integrating a larger amount of data, its quantity unlimited thanks to the computer. And this does not take place against man or to control or dominate him. The system has no intention and no objective. It merely rolls along. And its servants are quite convinced that they are working for the good of man. They are inspired by the best intentions. 171. Absence of feedback. Now the technological system does not tend to modify itself when it develops nuisances or obstructions, etc. This system is given to pure growth, hence it causes the increase of irrationalities. Also, it is clumsy and lacks fluidity. When disorders and irrationalities are noted, they bring nothing but compensatory processes. The system continues to develop along its own line. 172. We find such a model in the traditional societies with, for instance, the view of the world accepted by all members of that society, its religion, its Weltanschauung, its traditional laws, etc. But the technological system does not have such a system because of its absolute domination over the environment. It evolves by its own logic, totalitarian character of the system, the indefinite complexification, the reconstitution of the destroyed human environment, the search for the quality of life, the tendency toward dislocation caused by the disappearance of qualitative controls, the reckoning of costs, the external economic costs, the denaturalization of man with the disappearance of natural rhythms, of spontaneity, of creativity, the incapacity for moral judgment because of power. Those are insoluble problems, because, in order to deal with them, it is not enough to overcome drawbacks, to remove a present-day difficulty, to find a way of counteracting a danger. We would have to be able to go back to the source of the technological process to modify the totality of the functioning and the organization. 173. The entire technological drama at the moment is heading toward a situation in which technology, having conquered its autonomy and functioning by self-augmentation, could not, on the contrary, have feedback except by outer pressure. Feedback is made possible by the data processing complex, but the relationship has to be mediated by a non-technological element which runs counter to autonomy and is perfectly unacceptable. 174. The technological system itself, but to the fact that it functions only by intro-information, data on itself, and never by extro-information. Thus, the true problems are on the inside of the system. 175. Habermas, Technik und Wissenschaft tools ideology, who confuses technology, French, technique, and technological discourse, and whose idea of what he means by technique strikes me as totally dated. Ladmiral's preface to that book says, technologies or technological rules are applications of empirical knowledge formalized by the experimental sciences. They put technological means to work on any material object capable of being reutilized systematically within the framework of certain sequences of instrumental activity. A simplistic definition, applicable perhaps to 19th century technology but having nothing to do with the present-day phenomenon. Autonomy. 176. One may speak of an interdependence between technology and its environment, but it is nevertheless technology that now dominates its environment. 177. An autonomous technology. This means that technology ultimately depends only on itself, it maps its own route, it is a prime and not a secondary factor, it must be regarded as an organism tending toward closure and self-determination, it is an end in itself. Autonomy is the very condition of technological development. This autonomy corresponds precisely to what J. Baudrillard, Le Système d'Objet, sees under the name of functionality when he says that 178, functional qualifies not what is adapted to an end but rather what is adapted to an order or a system. 179. Even if the sciences did not advance for a certain time, the progress of the technological object towards specificity could continue. 180. The essential element is not the decision by politicians to use a scientific discovery in a certain way, but rather, the necessary implication of all scientific research in technology is the determining factor. It is the domination of the technological aspect over the epistemic aspect. 181. Technology is both ahead of and behind science, and it is also at the very heart of science. The latter projects itself into technology and is absorbed into it, and technology is formulated in scientific theory. 182. All science, having become experimental, depends on technology, which alone permits reproducing phenomena technologically. Now, technology abstractly reproduces nature to permit scientific experimenting. Hence, the temptation to make nature conform to theoretical models, to reduce nature to techno-scientific artificiality. Nature is what I produce in my laboratory, says a modern physicist. 183. In these conditions, science becomes violence, in regard to everything it bears upon, and the technology expressing the scientific violence becomes power exclusively. Thus, we have a new correlation, which I consider fundamental, between science and technology. The scientific method itself determines technology's calling to be a technology of power. And technology, by the means it makes available to science, induces science into the process of violence, against the ecology, for instance. The power of technology, theoretically unlimited, but impossible to utilize effectively, materializes in a technology of power. That is the ultimate point of this relationship, which the text summed up here calls the technological baroque. 184. The state decides, technology obeys. And even more, that is how it must be, it is the true recourse against technology. 185. The more informed the citizen, the less he can participate, because the evaluations are perfectly contradictory. 186. It is, incidentally, once more the state that can assure technology its true place and its progress, because they maintain the giantism of economic ventures. 187. That marvelous ideal organism, the incarnation of truth and justice, letting a sweet equality reign without suppression or repression, favoring the weak in order to equalize opportunities, representing the general interest without damaging private interests, promoting liberty for all by a happy harmony, insensitive to the pressures and struggles of interest, patient but not paternalistic, liberating while socialistic, administering without creating a bureaucracy, able to encourage new activities of regulation and concertedness without claiming to impose its law, in such a way as to allow the social actors to freely control the effects of technological progress. A state, finally, having omnipotence, omniscience, without abusing them for anything in the world. 188. One can only pinch oneself before such a pastoral. Has anyone ever laid eyes on such a state? And if not, what guarantee, what chance do we have that it will come true? Who are the people who will staff it? Saints and martyrs? The enormous mistake of all those excellent authors is simply that they never breathe a word about this mythical state, which they entrust with so many functions. 189. The marvelous state that will run technology and solve the problems is composed of men, Why should they no longer be dominated by the spirit of power and structures, which are more and more technological? 190. What does power to the workers mean, black power, women's power, or that of the young, if not that their power is to replace the power in office? Such power is, at best, that of better managing growth, which is thereby enabled to pursue its glorious course thanks to these providential takeovers of power. School, whether teaching Marxism or fascism, reproduces a pyramid of classes of failures. The airplane, even if made accessible to the worker, reproduces a social hierarchy with a superior class. I heartily go along with these ideas. 191. When the state makes purely political decisions, it is the politician alone who decides, and this always causes disasters on the technological level. 192. Most of the non-technicized countries must either leave their riches unexploited or else appeal to highly technicized countries whatever their ideological outlook may be. 193. Ideological imperialism is nonsense. Only the technological weight gives true superiority. 194. Technology develops on the basis of a certain number of possibilities offered by the economy. And when the economic resources are lacking, technology cannot operate at its full capacity, achieving what its possibilities allow it to achieve. 195. The relationship between technology and economy is complex. Technology is a determining factor in economic growth, but the converse is equally true. Closets shows clearly that the impact of technology on economy is ambiguous and that economic advances are not proportionately highest where there is the most technological research. 196. There is no denying that the evolution of technologies can be understood only if placed in its original historical context, but it is all right to think that the original task of the historian of technologies consists precisely in revealing the intrinsic logic of the evolution of technologies. This evolution actually takes place with an internal logic, which is a very distinct phenomenon from the logic in the evolution of socio-economic history. Investigating this internal logic in the technological evolution is the only way for the technological history of the technologies to slough off its character of data history. 197. Technological invention comes to depend also on possibilities of economic investment. We thus perceive a mutual influence. On the one side, all modern economic growth depends on technological application, in all areas. But, vice versa, the possibilities of advanced technological research and the application of technologies depend both on the economic infrastructure and on possibilities of mobilizing economic resources. 198. Negatively, the economy can thus either block technological development for lack of power or prevent technological application. 199. Economy can be a means of development, a condition for technological progress, or, inversely, it can be an obstacle, but never does it determine, provoke, or dominate that progress. 200. Like political authority, an economic system that challenges the technological imperative is doomed. 201. It is not economic law that imposes itself on the technological phenomenon. It is the law of technology which orders and ordains, orients and modifies the economy. It is hard for the Marxists to admit that technology has become an autonomous factor, dominating the economic structure and having the same nature and effects in both a capitalist and a communist regime. 202. Man in his hubris above all intellectuals still believes that his mind controls technology, that he can impose any value, any meaning upon it. And the philosophers are in the forefront of this vanity. 203. Technology does not progress in terms of a moral ideal, it does not seek to realize values, it does not aim at a virtue or a good. 204. Technology does not endure any moral judgment. The technician does not tolerate any insertion of morality in his work. 205. The technician who puts something to work claims to be as free as the scientist who does the research. Thus it is childish of an intellectual to bring morality into the consequences if he has rejected it in the principle. 206. An absolutely engrossing study was done by an American technologist on the following theme: so long as the problems are purely technological, they can always find a clear and certain solution. But once the human factor has to enter, or once these problems become too large for any direct technological handling, they seem insoluble. 207. Social engineering. This innovation appeals to the better feelings. A whole improvement of man rests on the finer instincts, and it claims that the root will be the improvement of man, albeit obtained by technologies, psychological or psychosociological technologies. 208. Man does what technology allows him to do. He has thus undertaken to do anything. Maintaining that morality should not judge invention or technological operation leads to saying, unwittingly, that any human action is now beyond ethics. 209. The autonomy of technology thus renders us amoral. 210. Since technology does not support any ethical judgment, we come to the third aspect of its autonomy. It does not tolerate being halted for a moral reason. 211. The power and autonomy of technology are so well assured that now technology itself is turning into a judge of morality. A moral proposition will not be deemed valid for our time if it cannot enter the technological system and be consistent with it. The instant something is technological, it is legitimate, and any challenge is suspect. 212. It is man who, becoming a true believer in, and loyal supporter of, technology, views it as a supreme object. For it must be supreme if it bears its legitimacy in itself and needs nothing to justify it. 213. The technological system contains its own technological power of legitimation, advertising. 214. Technology demands a certain number of virtues from man: precision, exactness, seriousness, a realistic attitude, and, over everything else, the virtue of work, and a certain outlook on life: modesty, devotion, cooperation. Technology permits very clear value judgments: what is serious and what is not, what is effective, efficient, useful, etc. 215. It is by sticking to old values and refusing to recognize new values, the ethics of science, and of technology, that man makes himself unhappy. 216. What a voluntary blindness to believe in the social ethics of freedom through science, for it is a falsehood to say that the only end of a science is knowledge. This is wrong even in the most abstract thoughts of the scientists. For science has only one true goal: application, the transition to practice, which is the true sense, the true criterion of research. Consequently, the decisive factor is technology, the new morality is technological. 217. Freedom, justice, happiness are rationalizations of what technology has already effectuated. 218. The question is not to know if man is going to master technology but if man can master himself. That is the technological imperative, that is the humanist imperative. This is a formula that we come upon often, namely, that technology reveals human capacity. 219. External influence comes as an obstruction or as a direction, or as a deviation, or as assimilation and adaptation, but it is always secondary, coming after the intrinsic process unfolds. And because of its autonomy, technology upsets the traditional relationship between theory and practice. For technological society, there is a mistake in the Marxist analysis of the relationship between theory and practice, and this mistake is illuminated by B. Charbonneau. How can we pass from theory to reality in a world in which, theory being the monopoly of science, practice becomes the monopoly of the state? 220. Our limit is never anything but what cannot at present be realized technologically, simply because beyond that limit, there is a possibility to be actualized. There is never any reason to halt at any point. There is never any boundary delimiting an authorized domain. Technology operates in this qualitative universe exactly as rocket ships do in space. We can go this far because our means do not yet allow us to reach Mars or Venus. 221. There are two kinds of limits, those due to a lack of means and those that are qualitatively incommensurable, and therefore cannot be acknowledged as limits. Technology is thus not a transgressing phenomenon, but rather a phenomenon located in a potentially limitless universe because technology itself is potentially limitless. 222. Our modern zealots, who advocate abolishing sexual morality, the family structure, social control, the hierarchy of values, etc., are nothing but spokesmen for technological autonomy in its absolute intolerance of any limits whatsoever. These zealots are perfectly conforming to the implicit technological orthodoxy. 223. They believe they are fighting for their freedom, but this is really the freedom of technology. 224. All the theories on the neutrality of technology came after industrialization. 225. B. Charbonneau, Le Chaos et l'Système, implacably demonstrates that technology tends to become its own end under cover of neutrality. It is not neutral, it seems neutral only when it imposes itself automatically upon us. What we mistake for the neutrality of technology is merely our neutrality toward technology. 226. Science is an ideology, hence non-objective, reflecting the ideas of the ruling class. Technology is an instrument of domination by that class. 227. Technology, of its own accord, goes in a certain direction. I am not saying that this is absolutely irremediable, but rather, that in order to change this structure or redirect this movement we have to make a tremendous effort to take over what was thought mobile and steerable. We have to become aware of this independence of the technological system, which is opposed by the reassuring conviction of technological neutrality. Unity. 228. The technological system is, before anything else, a system, that is an ensemble whose parts are closely united with one another, interdependent, and obedient to a common regularity. 229. All technologies have been tied to one another since the start of the Industrial Revolution. For instance, textile machines and steam engines, in order to run smoothly, durably, and without slack, required precision-made metallic parts, hence the importance of manufacturing and improving tool machines. 230. Americans are the only people who truly understand their technological system and its rules. Thus, they very quickly publish their technological inventions, knowing that others will do so more or less as quickly, and that this is the condition for the rapidity of technological growth. Conversely, for example in France, some of the reasons for technological blockage are the dispersion of the research teams, the lack of coordination between programs, and the mutual secrecy of the laboratories. 231. When someone wonders about the conquest of space, what use will it serve? His is not a wretched spirit of utilitarianism. Rather, he is expressing the obvious fact that technology modifies all forms of life. It has created new kinds of behavior, beliefs, ideologies, political movements. It determines the factors of life, the levels and modes of existence. It has created new kinds of behavior, beliefs, ideologies, political movements. It determines the factors of life, the levels and modes of existence. Anyone, no matter who knows as much and says as much. Do people imagine that these effects are due to, on the one hand, airplanes and, on the other hand, TV sets, plus organizational methods, or, even further, psychological manipulations? If all aspects of human and social life have changed fundamentally, it is because the environment in which man now finds himself, his system of references, and all his modes of action, have changed fundamentally and thoroughly. Even the most independent, The most non-technological activities are located whether we like it or not in the technological system. Just as in the Middle Ages, for example, everything was located in the Christian system, even when having no direct or visible relationship. On the one side, everything is interpreted, understood, and received in terms of technology. 232. Calculate the welfare of generations to come. Yet none of this ever goes into our planning. 233. The unicity of technologies tends to be so tight that no major innovation can be introduced at any point of the system without promptly causing hitches and demands for technological progress in all the other factors. 234. The following consequences of this unicity: the impossibility of distinguishing between good and bad technologies, the relation between forms and contents of technologies, the identity of technology and its use, the polyvalence of each technology, the independence of the technological system from political or social regimes, the impossibility of confining a technology to limited use and preventing it from passing into public use, etc. These are the consequences that I studied in detail and with numerous examples in the Technological Society. 235. The more unity in the system, the more fragile it becomes. 236. The receiver and user of the information, the informed man. The lifestyle created for him by the technological surroundings prevents him from being correctly informed. 237. For technological information, too, we have come to realize that direct human knowledge is indispensable. Everyone wants to give the response suitable to the specialization in his area. But if the solution is well adapted to the problem he is familiar with, then that solution is out of sync with the rest of the society, sometimes inapplicable, and in any event inadequate because each technological situation depends on the ensemble of the structure. The domain of each technician is in fact conditioned by the technologies of the neighboring domains. He can never claim to be doing an exclusively specialized work. 238. For example, the technician for the psychosociology of work, of biotechnology, of work organization may conclude that under the present circumstances, there is no remedy possible for factory workers suffering from nervous fatigue, depression, anxiety, alienation, reification, to employ vague but convenient terms. But the technician can pass the buck by saying, all these things can be solved by leisure. The technician of spare time ought to deal with them. But this technician of spare time activities, for his part, is getting to feel more and more that leisure has no virtue in itself and that everything depends on the personality of the individual using these spare time activities. Leisure can be perfectly destructive if the person indulging in it is unable to manage his life. Leisure has no sense and no virtue if labor has none. There is no destructive work and constructive leisure. Work without value or meaning leads a man directly to leisure without value or meaning. This small, and very large, example shows how far any technician is from getting rid of a problem by sending it over to a neighboring specialist. 239. A challenge to the technologies as means is actually a challenge to the entire system, to the objectives in view. 240. In particular, Wisner demonstrates that the technological process keeps us from undertaking any real improvements in work if we do not challenge the objective of productivity. We cannot truly ameliorate working conditions unless we throttle our desire to increase productivity at any cost. Universality. 241. Universalism means, first of all, that the entire globe is tending to become a vast megalopolis, in which the parcels of nature still resisting this invincible thrust are merely a residual phenomenon. The logical and inexorable state is the artificial environment, fabricated by automated machines, a.mol.s. But the sign of this universalism is the change of attitude toward this world of objects. 242. Now we have a positive and joyous acceptance, not only through material benefits, but also through an aesthetic consumption of the machine. 243. The housewife bends under the weight of objects, whether they are the ones she buys or the more tyrannical ones that she cannot afford to buy. Moreover, the housewife does all the old housework in solitude, whereas this same housework formerly involved a relation, a collective labor. 244. Recall the pill, which transforms the love relationship, or tranquilizes, which ensure the relay between the individual and his environment, relieving him of the burden of ensuring and mastering circumstances himself, of integrating experience, for it is precisely the lack of this ability that makes the tranquilizers necessary. 245. Man has always looked for stimulants, coca, and artificial paradises. But here as elsewhere, the difference is that these devices are transformed into technological procedures in the modern sense and that they are integrated into the overall technological system. The act of the Arab smoking hashish is not the same as that of the hippie. The former act is in a pre-technological stage, drawing its meaning and even practice from a certain number of physiological lacks. The hippie act is at the peak of technological development and becomes a way of complete integration into, through a seeming escape from, this technological system. 246. Love boils down to pleasure and to technologies that produce pleasure. We publish and teach how-tos on lovemaking with diagrams and instructions. Sex is reduced to a laughable assortment of mechanical procedures. 247. The very act of proposing and spreading technologies, from the pill to the Kama Sutra, obligatorily turns sex into a technology. 248. The fervent advocates of this technicization are the left-wingers, the revolutionaries, the progressives, the freedom enthusiasts. These demagogues of liberty struggle valiantly against the moral obscurantism of the past in order to impose the freedom of love. But caught, as usual, in their own trap, they are simply making progress, and what progress, for the technological universe? They are the mythomaniacs of liberty, and yet they serve technicization, thereby transforming love into its reverse and sterilizing both love life and the merriment that should be part of it. 249. Animus points out the invasion of technology into the religious area. The religious revival of these past few years, oriented toward Zen and Yoga, actually derives from the discovery of religious technologies and from the fact that certain religions lend themselves more readily than others to technicization. What these seekers are thus in quest of is neither a conception of the world, nor a reason to live, nor meaning or truth. They are looking for technologies of contemplation, the void, the extension of inner space. In the mental space of technological cultures, the highest philosophies deteriorate into recipes. 250. Why bother with the long asceticism of spiritual exercises, like Ignatius de Loyola, if a pill can give us the same result? Once again, here is the precise stamp of technology. 251. The container is in a fair way to replacing the content, the methods are driving out the meaning. A corpus or standardized recipes is supplanting religiousness. 252. The victory of the guerrilla is always the victory of technology and the setting out of his country upon the technological road. 253. We can divide these technologies into mechanical technologies, a very wide term, also covering things that are not, strictly speaking, mechanical, like computers, economic technologies, for research and intervention, organizational technologies, for all types of social organisms, including government, administration, etc., and human technologies, for the individual or for non-institutionalized groups, advertising, propaganda, group dynamics, psychoanalysis, etc. 254. On the one hand, man's inherent power of symbolizing is excluded, on the other hand, all consumption is symbolic. The technological system is a real universe, which constitutes itself as a symbolic system. 255. The mechanism of symbolization is technology, the means of this symbolization are the mass media of communication. the object to be consumed is an offered symbol. 256. Habermas strikingly confirms this analysis when he shows that we are witnessing a destructuring of the superego. A greater development of adaptive behavior is merely the reverse or counterpart of an area of interaction mediated by language in the act of dissolving under the influence of the structures of rational, goal-oriented activity. Here, the symbolic is eliminated by technology. This is matched on the subjective level by the disappearance from human consciousness of the difference between rational goal-oriented activity and interaction. The fact that this difference is masked shows precisely the ideological strength of the technocratic consciousness. Op. Cit. p. 39. 257. It is not machines that are shipped to all the countries on Earth, it is, in reality, the ensemble of the technological world, both a necessity, if machines are to be usable, and a consequence of the accumulation of machines. It is a style of life, a set of symbols, an ideology. 258. After the thesis, capitalism, and the antithesis, socialism, here is the product of the synthesis, the society of plastic. 259. The matter is in no wise capitalist, it is technological. The technological gap is widening because the Third World is not yet fully integrated into the technological system. 260. Within this process of universalization, technology, which marks the advent of the global community, also causes ruptures and aggravates divisions. It fragments humankind, separating people from their traditional customs, on the basis of which a universal modus vivendi was established. Technology widens the range of human conditions and deepens the gap between human material conditions. 261. The formerly colonized peoples take over the notion of society or of history that stems from technology and that was first articulated by the West, because the West was technicized first. That is how the ideology of growth, the opposite of any traditional creed, is foisted throughout the globe. The Third World rejects all its ancient philosophy in favor of this single value which is purely technological and Western. But this is obviously what launches competition and conflicts. Recall the ideology of nationalism, which has the same character. 262. We cannot believe in any globalization, any rapprochement of nations, any world solidarity. This is an idealism founded on a very superficial view of things. 263. Raymond Ron is perfectly correct when he says that the very notion of inequality and development is meaningless outside of industrial civilization. The problem of development has become a problem because of the ideal of well-being and the general spread of technicization. 264. Technology, as Radzerupt so excellently puts it, is no longer a variable to be determined, but a given fact to which we must adapt the different economic and social variables with as little damage as possible. 265. All countries are teaching that the degree of civilization is to be judged by the degree of technology. 266. However slightly technology has penetrated a society, one may say that an irreversible process has been launched and that it will not end before the whole society is technicized. 267. Traditionally, technology was engulfed in a civilization which it was a part of. Now, it is technology on which everything depends, it rules all the other factors, and it is technology which is the engulfing element, inside of which everything is situated. 268. Technology was once a means of obeying exterior finalities. Now it has become its own finality, developing according to its own rationality. Universalism ensures its ipseity. 269. Technology is invading these nations more surely than colonial armies and assimilating these cultures. Right now, at the very moment that their value is being discovered, technology is destroying them. 270. We need a method for the transmission of technologies. We need a complex ensemble, for it is not enough to learn how to use a device. A whole conception of life is being transferred. 271. It is useless to reproduce an American industrial model and ship it off as such to Africa. Technology can exist only if there is a human group properly qualified to receive it. The transfer of technology is thus not a method of transferring technologies from one human group to another. Rather, this transfer is a technology that, given a certain technological objective, consists in molding a human group in such a way as to make it capable of utilizing as well as possible the new machines, the new structure, a factory or an organization, and, of course, this also implies, conversely, remolding certain technologies to adapt them to this group. Totalization. 272. From a scientific standpoint, one can study a technological phenomenon only overall. A particular study of certain aspects or effects will get us nowhere. 273. Yet man has a far more basic desire than walking on the moon, and that is the wish for unity, to reduce everything to one, destroy exceptions and aberrations, assemble everything in a harmonious system, a great concern of the philosophers. 274. Unity is no longer a metaphysical construction, it is now assured and given in the technological system. Unity resides in that totalization. 275. There can be no more question of fascism. It seems marvelously old-fashioned in the Greece of 1970 or the Brazil of 1975. However, the abstract and beneficent technological dictatorship will be far more totalitarian than the preceding ones. 276. The total science of man is the end of man. 277. I refuse to present my thinking in the form of a theory or in a systematic fashion. I am making a dialectical ensemble that is open and not closed, and I am making sure not to present solutions of the ensemble, responses to problems, theoretical outlets for the future. If I did do these things, I too would be contributing to the technological totalization. Part 3. The characteristics of technological progress. 278. When I speak of technological progress, I am referring to the totality of the phenomenon, and hence I am not restricting myself to the issue of productiveness. 279. In regard to technological progress, we have a basic insufficiency of statistical data, a methodological disarray, due to the absence of any definition of technology, and an adherence to concepts from a theory born in an era whose problematics are not adapted to those of the society of innovation. In other words, when studying technological progress, we are dealing with an intellectual problem of the same kind as the one posed by the social classes. It is impossible to grasp them by the strict application of a statistical method or of any sociological method known to man. 280. And yet the fact exists, episteme. Self-augmentation. 281. By self-augmentation, I mean the fact that everything occurs as if the technological system were growing by an internal, intrinsic force, without decisive human intervention. Naturally, this is not to say that man does not intervene or play a part, but rather, that he is caught in a milieu and in a process, which causes all his activities, even those apparently having no voluntary direction, to contribute to technological growth, whether or not he thinks about it, whether or not he wishes it. Self-augmentation signifies that technology represents a center of polarization for all 20th century mankind, and that technology feeds on everything that people can want, try, or dream. It transforms human acts into a technological factor. This is not self-creation, but the integration of the most diverse and seemingly most alien factors into the system, for its own benefit. 282. Anything that can be done will be done. This is how progress applies new technologies and creates new industries without seeking to find out whether or not they are desirable. See Denis Gabor, Survivor au Futur. 283. The decision maker is technicized man, preconditioned by technology. Then, the options are fixed exclusively by the technological field. The decision never bears on anything but the application or validity of some innovation, which will or will not impose itself according to its technological value, efficiency, and, perhaps, profitability. The decision-making process is, in reality, integrated in the phenomenon of self-augmentation. 284. There is no invention of the radio. There is only innovation by applying a scientific invention and combining previously existing technological elements. 285. Innovation by Downers. A. Essential conception, origin of conception, conditions of its realization, integration into the technological unity. B. Tests and final adjustments. C. Innovation, nature and relative importance of the problem to be solved, circumstances of the diffusion of the process, motivations, technological or economic difficulties of application. D. Developments, improvements, adaptations, economic consequences. 286. This is the kind of analysis that can bring home what is covered by the general term of innovation. 287. We must, in sum, realize that technological innovation does not exist per se. It responds to a certain number of needs, even though observers are more and more contesting their pre-existence. Needs depend on the technological object rather than vice versa. It occurs within the dynamics of a certain number of tensions, all kinds, but always relative to time, in relation to a certain socio-economic milieu, favorable or unfavorable to this innovation, and finally in an overall technological context which can be receptive or prohibitive. It is the relationship of all the factors that allows concrete understanding of the technological development. 288. As Bone points out, La Technologie, 1972, focusing exclusively on higher salaries, such as a certain British and American trade unionism does, without appreciating the technological element in its own right, is playing capitalism's game. Profit can be replenished only by innovation. 289. If innovation depends on a certain individual liberty, it is probably more assured in large-scale organization than in a tiny business. Likewise, a large-scale organization can draw on greater resources to aid innovation. 290. The growth in size of social and economic units seems to furnish a favorable milieu for innovation. Organizing more and more co-workers is the condition for innovation. Hence, what I wrote in 1950 is now confirmed: self-augmentation is the participation of everyone in the technological work. 291. Only the big firms can meet the conditions of this growth, by coordinating the research of technician teams so that, as Furia excellently points out, research is even more concentrated than production. Concentration is not a consequence of, but a condition for the development of technology, for the phenomenon of self-augmentation. 292. Innovation seldom results from mathematical reckoning, it continues to function on a level of trial and error. And this seems to quite specifically mark the technological mentality: technicians test anything and everything. And we see what comes of it. It is not curiosity but rather an absence of certainty and deep-rootedness. Why not this? 293. Dukas, the more an industry responds to a basic need, the less it innovates. In other words, technological growth, that is innovation, occurs first in the areas of the superfluous, the useless, the gratuitous, the secondary. 294. More innovation for walking on the moon than for feeding people, have always been a trait of technological progress. 295. Invention now results from a set of procedures and manipulations, and it comes about by a sort of collective mobilization, experts and non-experts, inevitably on a very low level, that is, it is always a product inherent in the logic of previous growth. It cannot escape it. Hence, innovation is utterly domesticated. there is no conflict at all between innovation as a triumphant act of the individual and the blind self-augmentation of a system. The system has perfectly assimilated, gained control of, and integrated the innovation. 296. Research and development, R&D, is a voluntary position and a political decision. Hence, people thought that the state, as a substitute for man, was directing. But in fact, the state is first conditioned by technology, and the decisions concerning research and development are purely and simply sparked by the technological necessity. 297. People therefore assume that man is still in control of the situation, that he decides to launch into research, that he grants funds, and that when he asks himself the above questions, everything stops. Hence, there is no self-augmentation of technology. This is anything but the truth. I indicated earlier that American technology is directed toward ways of cleaning up and reconstituting the environment, yet pollution does not stop. 298. Far from being determined, technological growth is the determining imperative. 299. Market in liberal economy. Nobody wants to create the market. It results from the combination of multiple supplies and demands, apparently incoherent, of particularized policies of independent businesses, and of spontaneous needs, etc. Yet this disparate ensemble constitutes a reality that obeys its own laws. And, once the market exists, it is given a certain number of mediating and regulating organisms. That is exactly the level on which we find R&D. 300. Beacon words of the technological world. Terms like planning, productivity, forecasting, computer processing, management pop up, and the intellectual forces promptly change bearings according to these crystallization points. There is no need to incite individuals to do any forecasting, to prepare for careers in computer processing, or to organize along principles of management. Research and application take place of their own accord. And to the precise extent that many people are attracted to progress, it goes on without our wanting, seeking, or knowing it. These words are put in the limelight because they link economic interest to the technological preoccupation. It is not a matter of fashion, but of polarizing attention. 301. Self-augmentation occurs only if there can be experimenting. That is why wars are so useful within this framework. At such times, all experiments are possible. But it is wrong to think that the Spanish Civil War or the war in Vietnam were mere testing benches for future wars. Of course, there are the directly military technologies, but they are relatively secondary. All the others are the important ones. They are momentarily applied in war to relieve us of worrying about the disastrous or exorbitant results of a particular technology. War is the field of experimenting necessary for self-augmentation, because it authorizes any audacity, any technology, any in vivo work, which is irreplaceable. 302. Technical training is not only career training, but, involuntarily, a training to take part in technological growth, not by transmitting knowledge, but by delimiting a field of interests and inducing an unconditional adherence. 303. If technicians pose the problems and other technicians respond, they are so exclusively determined by their role and by their competence that they are actually just simple mouthpieces. 304. The raison d'être of a greater and greater number of technologies is simply to respond to difficulties. Discarded wrappings force us to build factories for burning garbage. The congestion at the center of Paris has led to building SARS and highways. The general pollution has forced the Japanese to buy oxygen and drink mineral water. Nobody wants it, but that's the way it is. It is not only through dangers or pollution that technology engenders itself, it sometimes directly asks itself questions. 305. We would have to reach a peak of collective spiritual independence to challenge this process, and this gets all the more improbable and difficult as technology creates inevitable situations in which there is no other solution than to keep advancing. Once pesticides are used, we cannot go back, because the insects, having adapted, will be worse than ever. Once we have chemical fertilizers, we can select miracle species of rice or wheat, as permitted by the Green Revolution, but growing them demands the use of chemical fertilizers, and so on. 306. Thus, Closets says, only city planning will save the cities, only the fuel cell will clean up the atmosphere, only contraception will end population growth, only chemistry will help us to conquer hunger, only computer processing will solve the problems of permanent training. Of course. In other words, technology raises problems, brings difficulties, and we need more technology, always more and more, to solve them. Nothing but self-generation. 307. Bela Gold says, the great strides forward are nothing but the accumulated results of small, gradual improvements, and anonymous ones, I must add. 308. Technology progresses far less by huge, brilliant, and spectacular inventions, than by thousands of small improvements that anyone can contribute, provided he knows his technological sector well. One need not be intelligent or educated to make technology progress. 309. To the extent that technological progress depends on its own structure, an individual's qualification is less urgent. He has to be both far more competent in his speciality and far less capable of reflection. 310. Anyone can wind up doing it so long as he is trained right for this game. It is now man in his most common, most inferior reality who can act, and not with anything superior or particular about him, since the qualities demanded by technology for its evolution are acquired qualities of a technological nature, and not a particular intelligence. 311. The technician's specialization is thus an essential factor of self-augmentation. But, as always here, it is both a factor and a consequence. 312. Technology is the only place where form and being are identical. Automatism. 313. When a new technology appears, there is no single and obvious decision. The choice is not, to do or not to do, as Closets accurately points out. The choice is among several possibilities, and, generally, the person who obeys exclusively technological reasons, without bringing in politics, national motives, as was often the case in France, will ultimately make the best choice. 314. But this choice is actually imposed by the technological result. Little by little in the experimenting, with no one having to make a real choice, technology crystallizes, becoming obvious at a certain moment in the process. 315. It is not our aim to formulate a theory of a sort of dynamism, a mystique of the progression of a new being. We do not intend to relapse into the original conception of the laws of nature or the laws of society. Nevertheless, a precise examination of the facts of technological progress leads us to conclude that human decision, choices, hopes, and fears have almost no influence on this development. 316. Anything that can possibly be done is done by man. This growth takes place in terms of possibilities, not options. It is now possible to perform a certain operation, ergo, we perform it. 317. Rorvik marvelously presents this image of the limited technician who sees only the technological feat and who, ignoring all the effects on man and society, doggedly sticks to that principle. Historically, it is very rare to find man deliberately renouncing the use of a technological possibility. 318. Man first obeys technology and then gives himself ideological justifications that allow him to have, in everyone's eyes, a reason accessible to the passions and, above all, to assume the appearance of freedom. If I jump into technological progress, it's because I want to. I'm working in this direction because I believe in my country, or in the proletariat, and so on. 319. When a technology develops in a sector, it demands a certain adjustment by the individual. The social structures, the economic factors, and the ideologies. In the spontaneous thought of modern man, this adapting must be automatic, and he is scandalized if it does not come about. Technological development is both necessary and good. 320. Because of the complexity of the systems and the number of different components entering into manufacture, it is almost impossible to make a product without having the right to use a large number of patents. For these reasons, the patent pools, the granting of licenses and know-how among the principal firms, are one of the characteristics of modern industry. The more patents a firm has, the greater its chances of obtaining the know-how and licenses of other firms. 9. 321. A man must foresee the possibility of changing his profession, that is his technology, 3 times in 30 years. He must therefore be polyspecialized, rather than specialized in one branch. He has to be retrained en route and mobilized in mid-career. But since a man of 40 is less flexible, less open, with a poorer memory and a lower aptitude for learning than a man of 30, it is taken for granted that he should be paid less because he is less adapted to the new technology. This notion is already widely followed. We know that for an executive, the prototype of technicized man, the maximum salary comes at around 35 and then gradually decreases. 322. In the United States, the executive of 55 already earns less than one of 25. This seems quite normal, an automatic adjustment to the technological necessity. Each technological advance threatens better and better qualified specialists with loss of jobs. In the past, the manual laborer was threatened by economic recession, but he kept his labor power, he was always able to work. 323. The need for human transformation in order to make technological progress applicable. 324. There is an ideological resistance in the name of old values, democracy, popular sovereignty, freedom translated into elections, and so on. The majority of people are deeply attached to this ideology, which seems to guarantee political truth and protection against dictatorship. But these same people wax indignant if the government is not efficient enough, if there is disorder, if the technologies do not help to solve some problem. The population favors both technological progress and classical democracy, and, of course, it absolutely fails to perceive the utter conflict between the two. This contradiction recurs in intellectual circles, which fiercely cleave to democracy, national self-determination, the rights of man, and so forth. 325. The prime goals of public or private managers are efficiency and rationality, the sole chances of survival. It turns out that participation was postulated by these chances. 326. The automatism of adjustment is perforce external and leads to an apparent rationality, the only one that technology can necessarily produce. However, technology, in order to progress, will itself challenge all the values and all the symbolics and prevent any autonomous internal cohesion of the social system. 327. Contestation against the consumer society is actually a protest against a bad use of technology, that is the demand that a bad society adapt itself to good technology. 328. The extreme point of this automatism is reached when it is no longer man who really controls the machines but when he himself is included as a piece in the overall system and controlled by machines to coordinate his action with that of others and of devices at the same time as materials, installations, etc. This is the application of program evaluation and review technique. 329. Leisure as making up for compulsory submission to the automatism of technological progress. 330. Leisure is the respiratory function of the system. It is the aperture that lets us breathe, the escape hatch that gives the illusion of freedom, hence, the spontaneous, unreflected rage for spare time, vacations, weekend trips, TV, etc. 331. Simple dilemma, on the one hand, he can decide to safeguard his freedom of choice. He can go on using the traditional or personal, the moral or empirical means, and he then has to compete with a power against which he has no effective defense. His resources are useless, they will be plowed under or eliminated, and he will be vanquished. On the other hand, he can decide to accept the technological necessity, he will then be the winner. But he will submit irremediably to technological enslavement. Hence, there is absolutely no free choice. We are now in an evolutionary stage of eliminating everything that is not technological. 332. Today, the challenge to a country, to a man, to a system is only a technological challenge. 333. Technology, triumphing automatically over all non-technological procedures, allows them a new life, which does not menace it, the benevolent dictator who authorizes some flimsy caprice and smiles at the initiatives of his subjects, while order reigns implacable elsewhere. 334. Vahanian, The Death of God 21. It is surprising that when faith fails, what it ordinarily allows us to do without any particular thought or effort on our part becomes the object of a technologically oriented behavior. This observation is interesting both inside and outside the domain of religion. It has been suggested that the technology of physical love will most likely develop if love becomes problematical and gives way to doubt. In the same way, the technologies of pregnancy appear when natural love for children is no longer manifested precociously and spontaneously. This is a fundamental observation, which can be generalized. 335. Thanks to technology, man can not only do harder things more easily, he can also act meaninglessly and remain perfectly outside his action. We know this from the difference between killing an enemy face to face with a knife and bombing an area from 4 miles up. We can posit as a consistent and permanent feature that when man loses a deep reason for acting, a technology appears that allows him to act in the same area, but without any reason. The means has entirely replaced the meaning. There is a technological aping of man's most profound expression. This is apparent in all the psychological technologies when people can no longer engage in a human relationship, when friendship no longer inhabits the human heart, when there is no longer authenticity in a group. These things are supplanted by the technologies of human relations and group dynamics, perfectly mimicking from the outside the things that should only be spontaneously invented in the inmost heart of man. 336. We have said that this is an area of technological progress linking automatism with self-augmentation. When a vacuum replaces these essential realities in man, when only social roles and behaviors are left, then, like an indraft of air, a kind of technological automatism leads research into this domain. 337. The technological system inevitably grows in the vacuum left by the retreat of a deep existential activity. 338. Granted, education, courtesy, and the like are also techniques, but we have to repeat the distinction already studied between original and pragmatic technologies and the technological phenomenon. The new thing here is the calculation, the systematization, and the consciousness. The technologies that supplant spontaneous action due to profound impulses are deliberate and are applied as technologies, for example group dynamics. And that is what disrupts the old structure of relations. 339. Causal progression and absence of finality. 340. Technology develops not in terms of goals to be pursued but in terms of already existing possibilities of growth. 341. We must obviously distinguish between ultimate finalities, half-time objectives, and immediate goals. 342. These finalities, produced by the system, never determine it. They are merely justifications that are tacked on because man is unwilling to lose face, unwilling to appear subjugated to causalist mechanisms, and always wants to affirm himself as master of the situation. 343. Can we claim that some dream was at the origin of radio, printing, gunpowder? This rationale is a poetic addendum, taken on by technicians with a literary background. But one cannot seriously view it as the driving finality of technological growth. 344. Total divorce between, on the one hand, scientists and technicians and, on the other, humanists, philosophers, theologians. The latter group pursue their analyses of man without knowing the technological phenomenon, and they wind up with perfectly aberrant conclusions. They are, however, getting more and more honest in refusing to supply an ideal model of the human being to be achieved. They do not offer a useful anthropology or the desirable model as a transcending finality of technology. In contrast, the scientists and technicians, for their part, are utterly incapable of this reflection. When they advance along this road, their visions are rather silly and full of lovely sentiments and antiquated humanism, like Einstein's. Or else they are unsettling because what they project as the type of human being to be achieved is that which technology allows them to achieve. Here, and only here, we are approaching the robot ideal. How very frightening the possibility of altering men by chemical techniques without ultimately knowing what we are after. 345. Are the manipulators truly the fittest to establish this desirable type of man? What qualifications other than purely scientific and technological do they have for going about these manipulations? I have no reason to believe that or engineers like Bell, Cannon, Kingsley Davis, et al. Were in any way capable of telling us who man must be. We are thus in an area that, more clearly than any other, shows the absence of finality. 346. We are on the point of being able to manipulate man exactly as we want him to be, genetically, chemically, electrically, but we do not really know what we want. 347. The growth of power always and necessarily destroys human values and capacity for judgment. In any event, the wise will not be individuals in their globality, who will be left with the artificial paradise, but rather those controlling the means of manipulation, who are going to establish the human model to be manufactured. 348. Something that is obviously challenged by no one, not the counterculture, not the hippies, not the brilliant youth of contestation and anti-consumerism. Because, in order to challenge it, one must first conceive of it as a system. It is not the replacement of capitalist whiskey with LSD, the rejection of Hollywood spectacle by underground cinema, that is going to change anything. It is not the sensualist, irrationalist explosion that is going to shake the system per se, even the slightest bit. 349. Transhumanism. The architect and city planner Yona Friedman. For the moment, his thinking is still altogether utopian, and relatively unknown. But what strikes me as unsettling is the warm welcome he has received among many intellectuals. His thesis is infinitely simple. Compared with the mechanism of all electronic brains, the human brain functions very poorly. Our brain is a deforming mechanism. If we wish to think correctly, we have to model ourselves on the thinking of computers. That would be the true operational mechanism of human thought. The deforming factor, which does not exist in the computer, includes all the things Friedman groups under the heading animism: feelings, conceptions, irrational impulses, etc. A whole set of abstractions and extrasensory observations. All these things must be eliminated if we want to achieve a satisfying social system, satisfying because it would be consistent with unlimited technological growth. Animism is bad because it introduces elements that are uncontrollable in our rational system. 350. If Friedman's first model is technological, then his second one, on a vital level, is the animal. There is no animism in animals. They live on the level of their biological reality and are therefore in rational truth. They are a superior social model. His attitude is resolutely technological. We must formulate what is good for others and figure out how to impose it on them. 351. I utterly distrust any utopian movement, for it will not sidestep the trap of reconstructing the rational and perfect city. That is where technology will be everything and in everyone. 352. There are two things I wonder about, the how of the intermediary period and the human ideal that is suggested. 353. Here is my first question. How can we socially, politically, morally, and humanly reach that goal? How will we solve the enormous unemployment and economic problems caused, say, by automation if we really wish to apply it? How can we make all humankind agree not to have any more children in the natural way? How can we get people to undergo constant and rigorous health controls? How will man accept radically transforming his customary food? 354. How will we evacuate the 1.5 billion people who live off agriculture and who will become totally useless, and what will we do with them? This conversion will have to be ultra-rapid because we have been promised this new world in some 50 years. How will we redistribute this population equally over the face of the earth, since that must be the first condition if the world is to have 4 times more inhabitants? How will we set up a stable modus vivendi among the nations to share the planets, control the airways, the satellites, etc.? Or else how will we manage to do away with national structures? One of these two hypotheses is indispensable. There are plenty of other hows, but no one talks about them. 355. There is, indeed, a route, but only one, the most totalitarian worldwide dictatorship that could ever exist. This is the sole way of allowing technology its full surge and overcoming the prodigious difficulties that it keeps piling up. But we have no trouble understanding that the scientists and technologists would rather not think about it. Leaping blithely across this gloomy and uninteresting intermediary period, they hope to land squarely on their feet in the Golden Age. 356. Mind controllers, think, 1966, who will control those who control the human mind, I would add, and those who intervene genetically. The scientists are neither philosophers nor moralists. 357. These scientists declare at the same time, on the one hand, we will be able to manipulate and remanipulate human feelings, desires, and thoughts at will, arrive scientifically at efficacious, pre-established, collective decisions, develop collective desires, set up homogeneous units on the basis of aggregates of individuals, forbid people to bring up their own children or even have any. On the other hand, we have to assure the victory of freedom and avoid dictatorship at any price. All these are textual quotations. 358. The thing that seems alarming right off is the immense lag between the powers of technological action developed by science and wielded by scientists and technicians, and their incapacity to criticize this power, to really control it. 359. Why promise comfort, health, food, culture, if a simple manipulation of his nerve cells could render man perhaps really happy without comfort or health? 360. Preserving the semen of men who deserve well of humanity, who is to judge? By what criteria? 361. Pasteur may have been a genius, but he was odious in his private life and not particularly likable in his dealings with colleagues. Are we going to choose the modest, humble, kind, good, helpful, generous man? I fear that this sort will not draw much attention. For some, it will be Napoleon's or Hitler's semen that ought to be preserved, for others, Mao's or Guevara's. Or that of the members of the French Academy. Or the Nobel Prize laureates. 362. Contradiction between the enormousness of the means and the inability to plan a desirable human model. 363. Growth can even cause underdevelopment. To be sure, technology brings growth, but it does not guarantee development. 364. Growth is not the finality of technology, it is the result. 365. No one sets up the ideal of growth, The latter appeared as a phenomenon only to the extent that technological progress dangled growth in front of everyone's eyes. Anybody who speaks of growth as a finality is simply confusing the end and the means. The specialists of the various sciences keep repeating that most research is of no scientific interest. We need only recall, among so many texts, E. Perrin's statement that the experimental explosion of an atomic bomb has no scientific interest. 366. Space technologies have a far more technological than economic or political interest. 367. A certain development of certain technologies raises new scientific questions for the scientists, and these problems can be tackled only with a new technological means. Thus, we revolve in a reciprocal condition, and the scientific objective is in no way primary. 368. He shows the apparent ends culture, happiness, well-being are means, while the apparent means consumption, production for profit, organization are the true ends. 369. For technological progress to take place, it requires an indetermination at the start, the trial and error of attempting anything and never quite knowing where it will go. But obviously, these experiments are based on existing data that the technician has available to him. 370. Nonetheless, there are indeed objectives. They are not, however, legitimate. They are not correctly established and formulated. They have no chance of realization unless they are set up by the scientists and technicians themselves. An objective is never chosen for its interest, for human needs, lofty ideas, etc. It is fixed by each specialist in his speciality. And how does the specialist determine that? The exact point is the limit between the possible and the impossible. The medium-term objective that every technician has to set up is to cross the limit of the impossible. We can now do this in this area of activity. But we stop at this point. We cannot yet do that. The objective is to succeed in doing what is still impossible today. The route is open until this point. It is mapped out but not open until that point. Beyond that, we know nothing. Each technician follows his route, adding a new section, stage by stage. 371. Obvious confusion between purely ethical finalities, solidarity with the Third World, economy of solidarity, economy of creation, improvement of the framework of life, and concrete finalities resulting, in turn, from technological activity, power, leisure. There seems to be confusion between desires and realities. 372. Technological activity is of a different order from economic activity. Technological activity is not mixed up with moral or social values, whereas such values are impossible to eliminate, despite all rigorous attempts at making economy the science of economic activity. Work, essentially, cannot help being a moral value too. In other words, economy can and must take moral values into account when defining the objectives, because economy cannot be purged of its relationship to ethics. This does not hold for technology, which contains nothing moral, spiritual, or human. 373. One may, for instance, be tempted to say that the goal pursued is money. But ultimately, I do not believe it. 374. The profit motive is alien, by nature, to technology. The profit motive compels an unsuitable finality upon technology from the outside. Hence, money contradicts technology as much as it summons it. 375. Capitalists are tempted to halt the technological development that the capitalist system cannot absorb. In other words, goals like earning money are in no way the reasons for technological progress. 376. Technology never advances toward anything but because it is pushed from behind. The technician does not know where he is working, and generally he does not much care. Man sets himself an objective that is very rich in meanings, connotations, and values, but when the technological stage is reached, A huge gap yawns between the ideal objective and what technology is doing. This is where the curtailing of the ideal begins. The ideal is shrunk each time to whatever technology is realizing by demonstrating that the accumulation of hundreds of small technological strides will constitute the equivalent of the ideal goal. 377. We are in the logical and scholastic habit of assuming that one begins by posing a problem and then arrives at the solution. In this case, a finality can be integrated, on the level of why I am posing this problem. But in the technological reality, the order must be reversed. The interdependence of technological elements makes possible a very large number of solutions for which there are no problems. Research and development keep bringing forth new procedures whose use is discovered afterwards. When we have the instrument, we can tell that it may be applied to such and such a situation, and naturally, the huge expense of research and development forces us to find useful applications for discoveries. Hence, the problems thus identified are automatically resolved, since the solutions come before the problems. In these circumstances, there is no place to integrate any finality. 378. We should not forget that the electricity demand which the decision-maker asks the analyst to project into the future is what it is today because he himself, like his predecessor 10 years ago, has made investment decisions to furnish this same energy to its consumers. 379. The general idea of Kuhn's presentation is that science does not proceed by linear accumulation contrary to what is currently believed. It is usually thought that one discovery or invention is added to the other, but Kuhn demonstrates that this is wrong. Science progresses by leaps and bounds, by changes in direction. In reality, every linear revolution is based on paradigms, and when we are forced to change a paradigm, any evolution is accordingly modified. Paradigms, for Kuhn, are the scientific discoveries, universally recognized for a time, that furnish researchers with the problem types to be solved and the solutions. But simultaneously, these paradigms, being ready-made ideas, delimit the field of work and research for scientists during a shorter or longer period. Scientists purely and simply do not see reality, which is obliterated by the paradigms. They see only the reality delimited by these concepts. The paradigm gives scientific research both its basis, the context of discovery, and its legitimation. Research has to take place on a certain basis and in a certain direction to be legitimate. This is a context of justification. The researcher, without even realizing it, works on the basis of these given theoretical ideas or this tacit knowledge. 380. The paradigm is not simply a matter of method or research rule, it is actually the Weltanschauung within which the scientist has to work. Thus, the ensemble of paradigms can determine the progression of science without the intervention of perceptible rules. 381. When we pass from Ptolemy's astronomy to Galileo's, from Newton's conception of space and time to Einstein's, etc., the paradigms then spawn a whole activity destined to draw all the inferences, illuminate all the facts thanks to the theory founded on the paradigms. These paradigms must be structured and specified in increasingly stricter conditions, and scientists go as far as possible into these domains. 382. The role of youth in basic scientific research and in discovering a new paradigm is essential. 383. Even though the world does not change after a change of paradigm, the man of science henceforth works in a different world. 384. Science proceeds by breaks and changes of direction. And technology suffers the consequences of these paradigm alterations, but also contains in its intrinsic development a process likewise made of ruptures and replacements. Technology, contrary to what people believe, is not only an indefinite addition of procedures, it is also ensembles of means superseding other ensembles of means. 385. The vast difference between the technician and the scientist. The latter, as Kuhn shows, is inevitably forced at a given moment to question the theory behind his work. Such is the effect of the paradigms, as Kuhn demonstrates. And it is an intellectual matter. The scientist is, in fact, limited only by the paradigms he works with, is accustomed to, and was trained by. 386. We cannot overthrow a technology, because thousands of people earn their living through its application. And ultimately, the technology forms the framework of life for people. It cannot be dumped. We cannot scrap a set of processes, products, apparatuses, for they are a livelihood. We have to have the agreement of these people. We have to reverse public opinion, to make this transformation possible. The technician cannot overthrow or reorient technology, because the latter is defined in its very progress by the professional apparatus, both mental and material. This is a further decisive aspect of causality. 387. Given that we can fly to the moon, what can we do on it and with it? If we have the instrument, we have to use it, and it ultimately has to be useful. It is not a specific objective, a specific use that has guided and determined the research. 388. It was done because it could be done. That is all. 389. When some resource grows short, then the finalities disappear. The oil crunch is a splendid example of our unbelievable sensitivity to means. We thought we were doomed because the petroleum resource was about to run out. It is not the technological system that is fragile, it is we who have become fragile. We suddenly felt it was unthinkable, inconceivable to have a bit less heat and light, to limit the use of cars. It was an absolute crisis. We also noticed this fragility when the TV pylon was destroyed in Britain. Panic. An impossible situation. To deprive a whole region of TV for a whole week. 390. Having no end, technology has no meaning either. 391. As for trying to attribute meaning, this is really a mythological operation. Confronted with this enormous object, man wants to humanize it, find a common measure with himself, and he therefore embellishes it with a meaning. 392. Technology per se is not justified by anything forming man's previous universe. It does not belong to any constellation already known. 393. When a technician claims to disengage himself from his technology and to act, he is launching into politics, which is the absurd attitude par excellence. Or else, one must try to invent non-technological yet applicable means for living and surviving in this technological environment means exacting great inventiveness and energy, allowing one to be situated differently in relation to the technological universe. The attempts made by hippies, for instance. But little can be expected of them on this level, for they lead to setting up a marginal society, with no influence on technology, and with a way of life that is highly dependent on outer technologies, for this marginal society develops only through the enormous possibilities of the technological infrastructure. The problem of acceleration. 394. Here, for the first time, we encounter the problem of forecasting or predictability in the technological system. 395. Everyone knows about the Meadows Report, Club of Rome, MIT, etc. Even though its scientific method can be contested, even though its conclusions are not as obvious as one might think, everyone knows that it asked the tough question about the limits of technological growth. Do any physical limits exist for the population expansion and the industrial expansion at the rate that has been noted for the last 20 years? We know the answer. The arable surface of the earth is limited. The expansion of food output is tied to non-renewable resources, and it is calculated that the reserves are not considerable. Even if natural resources are not exhausted, they will reach prohibitive prices within 50 years. Technological growth is accompanied by a pollution growth that will make development impossible. And Gruson, in his remarkable study, Affam d'Energie, Le Monde, 1972, confirms these conclusions in one essential point, mankind risks having a lack of energy very soon. 396. Are we going to witness a voluntary curb presided over by man himself? The Meadows hypothesis, an involuntary and catastrophic blockage due to a collapse. The Vaca hypothesis, or a gradual halt because of a slowdown in technological progress? The last would be the most satisfactory answer, but I am forced to note that it is envisaged by almost nobody. Given the system of causal progression of technology, no one can see how such a gradual breaking can come about. I myself do not accept any of these three hypotheses. I believe that the imbalances and dysfunctions will keep augmenting within the system, and, for lack of feedback, cause not a restraint but a disorder, which can, in turn, make the whole system slow down. 397. Essential fact that it is always, in all branches, the most modern, the most advanced technology that determines the trend. 398. For technology, what counts is neither the invention itself nor its application in the laboratory, but rather its diffusion, its application through large-scale consumption. A marvelous technological invention remaining closed and confined to small circles would be uninteresting for the sociological analysis of the technological phenomenon. 399. Vaca. Domaine Lemoyne G. 1973, chap. A. Analyzes and criticizes the most common reasons for assuming that technological expansion will halt. He shows that although the drawbacks and harmful effects, the irrationalities, the congestions, the psychological insecurity, etc. do exist, they are incapable in themselves of seriously restraining technological development. Technology will keep growing despite the noise, despite the moral collapse, despite the costs, until the breaking limit. 400. However, this will not be zero growth, or gradual deceleration. When the accumulated effects start acting, it will be too late. That is, it will be a catastrophe, with an enormous decline in technology and population. 401. G. K. Chesterton's warning in the Napoleon of Notting Hill, 1950. All these clever men were prophesying with every variety of ingenuity what would happen soon, and they all did it in the same way, by taking something they saw going strong as the saying is, and carrying it as far as ever their imagination could stretch. This, they said, was the true and simple way of anticipating the future. Just as, said Dr. Belkins, in a fine passage, just as when we see a pig in a litter larger than the other pigs, we know that by an unalterable law of the inscrutable it will someday be larger than an elephant. So we know and reverently acknowledge, that when any power in human politics has shown for any period of time any considerable activity, it will go on until it reaches to the sky. 402. What strikes me in this kind of forecasting is the lack of two issues that ought to be regarded as decisive. The first is the relationship between technological expansion and economic growth. 403. Invention in technology has only a very relative importance. What counts is application and diffusion. What does seem impossible is the relation between the economic potential and the technological potentialities. This is the correlation of growths. 404. Linear behavior, in which the effect is directly proportional to the cause, is replaced by a coupling, non-linear by definition, between phenomena that, interlocking with one another, keep amplifying their effects in turn, sometime to the point of divergence. This offers a perfect view of the reality of reciprocal effects of technologies within the system. 405. It is quite true that one cannot imagine indefinite progress. But the question is whether this is due to lack of imagination or to actual limitation. 406. Beldic principle: science must develop more rapidly than technology, technology must develop more rapidly than industry, in order that growth may occur. 407. The technological system tends to accelerate its growth and progression incessantly and, in theory, indefinitely. But, At the same time, we must realize that when this acceleration takes place, negative consequences result. 408. Perfecting the machine causes a lag between its capacity and man's capacity, and this lag seems insurmountable. The human cost keeps rising as the computer is improved. The cost of programming represented 10% of the whole electronics system in 1950, 50% in 1960, 70% in 1970, roughly 80% in 1973. The fragility of the computers, their demands on their attendants keep growing. 409. The need for highly qualified personnel keeps growing faster than the possibility of training. Thus, the technological utopia comes up against the economic and social, and human, realities of our society. 410. In other words, at a certain degree of technological growth, man is the decisive curb on development. 411. C. Wright Mills's statement, the sociological imagination, that a high level of technology and rationalization is not necessarily accompanied by an equivalent level in individual intelligence or social intelligence. Technological rationality does not necessarily increase tenfold the individual's will or faculty of reasoning. On the contrary, man, becoming more and more self-rationalized and more unsettled, is gradually losing freedom and reason and growing less and less capable of truly reorganizing society or revamping scientific research. 412. Thus, the type of man created by technology is incapable of maintaining the process of growth. He directs technology into repetitiveness, the same process we have seen in regard to the state. 413. The imperative of political organization blocks scientific progress. 414. The state as such, being a total and absolute ruling organism, blocks scientific research and halts its applications. It actually organizes a technological society, but it forces that society to engage in a process of repetitive technicization. 415. Technology causes the expansion of the state. It is technology that has made the modern state what it has become. It is technology that not only gives the state its means and domains, but also exacts this centralized power of coordination. This is so true that in the past 30 years we have seen the content of the word socialism changing. What is called a socialist revolution today is the awareness of the technological phenomenon, the desire for a lucid consciousness about it, and the wish to adapt everything to technology, to submit the social and political conditions to the need for technological application without discrimination. 416. Socialism has become the absolutization of technology by politics. 417. Political decision is positive in those areas only if its motives are technological and not political, and if the decision is made by an organism that became technological before its momentum became political. 418. Costs of growth is probably the most important issue in present-day economic research. 419. Coal mining, oil drilling, exploiting forests, producing proteins, a demiurge is enough for that. Manufacturing sky, water, space, and time that would take a god. Using hundreds of examples, Charbonneau demonstrates the illusion of growth through the increased costs, errors of technicians, for example regarding atomic plants, the manufacture of social gadgets, seemingly useful but actually useless, gigantic works that are profitable only in prestige, and the destruction of the primary elements of nature. 420. The problems caused by university overcrowding, which is itself a cost of change. This transformation will be both difficult and expensive, so much so that society does not seem able to afford it. We must also add the incalculable expenses of retraining, of permanent refresher courses. 421. On the whole, we see that economic growth is assured, even conditioned by technological progress. But at the same time, The costs of this growth are increasing so greatly that its results may become less and less satisfying, and, all things considered, the ultimate balance may not be positive. But then, adequate resources cannot be made available to technological growth, which will then be slowed down if not blocked. 422. The malleability, the plasticity of the social organism are not indefinite. Hence, choices must inevitably be made among technologies, among innovations. 423. No war has ever halted technological progress, quite the opposite. 424. There can be no forecasting about true acceleration or stagnation in technological progress. If it seems more cogent to believe in a slowdown, one cannot foresee the exact moment at which, or the precise sectors in which, it will occur. 425. We do not have the right to make predictions simply by prolonging what already exists. 426. According to Baudrillard, this will cause a kind of self-deviation of the system. A threshold of slippage, which all the excess productivity will pass to maintaining the conditions for the survival of the system. This may be perfectly accurate. But we must note that it would in no way correspond to any lowering of acceleration. In fact, for such deceleration we would have to consider that the only technologies taken into account are the technologies of producing for consumption. These are diminishing, however. Conclusion: Man in the technological system. 427. The man/machine coupling, which is the more reasonable conception, both man and machine perfectly adjusted to one another and functioning in terms of one another. 428. All this is very shallow, because it sticks totally to the fragmentary and parcellary vision of machines. 429. The hope, so often formulated by idealists, that man will take in hand, direct, organize, choose, and orient technology. 430. Homo faber no longer exists, he has become a working animal. And the man who used to be at the center of work, for whom, as Marx kept pointing out, work had a decisive meaning, that man is now gradually being evacuated from work. He finds himself, as Seligman puts it, at the periphery of work. We must then ask the question, who is the man to whom one attributes the power of choice, decision, initiative, orientation? 431. He is a man who is entirely immersed in technology. He is not autonomous in regard to these objects. He is not sovereign, nor does he have an irreformable personality. 432. If a person awakes to consciousness, he would no more dream of challenging or contesting the technological milieu in its perceptible aspects than a 12th century man would dream of objecting to trees, rain, a waterfall. These are self-evident things that very swiftly adapt this man to the engulfing reality of the phenomenon. Of course, he does not clearly see what it is all about, he does not discern the technological system, the laws of technology. But neither did the 12th century man know the physical, chemical, biological laws and the processes uniting into a whole the phenomena that he perceived as separate. 433. Being situated in this technological universe and yet not detecting the system is the best condition for being integrated into it, being part of it as a matter of course, without even realizing it. 434. How, then, could a young person trained in this way make any choices, any decisions about technology? Not only is he born in the midst of technology, not only are his toys technological devices, not only does he use cars, cranes, electric motors from childhood on, but schools prepare him for technological functions. 435. Technological man is divided into two modes of being. On the one hand, he is at close quarters with his technology, his speciality. He is very competent in his domain, he knows and sees clearly what he has to do with increasingly greater efficiency. But this remains within a narrowly limited sector. On the other hand, he is on the same level as anyone else, He knows the world and the political and economic problems only through partial and partisan information. He has half an understanding of the issues, a quarter knowledge of the facts, and his competence in his own domain is useless for helping him to grasp or know the general phenomena on which, ultimately, everything depends. 436. A type bearing, almost since birth, the imprint of the technology in all its forms, a type and capable of reacting directly to visual or oral objects, to the forms of concrete things, incapable of functioning without anxiety in any domain, and even incapable of feeling alive unless authorized or commanded by a machine and with the aid of the extra-organic apparatus furnished by the machine deity. 437. The more burdensome our jobs, the more glorious and triumphant the propagated image of free time. 438. Encomium to and profound conviction of modern man's intellectual and artistic growth thanks to technology. This widespread outlook only expresses man's gratitude to technology. It expresses the profound conviction of validity, of authenticity, that all of us have. We are spontaneously grateful to TV, the stereo, or the marvelous pictorial reproductions. And we are utterly frustrated when deprived of such boons, which are part and parcel of our very lives. 439. Modern apartments no longer have any heating gadgets. The electric wires have vanished. All mechanical things disappear backstage, letting you live in a marvelously non-arduous universe, where every gesture brings satisfaction without revealing the technological intermediary, which remains imperceptible. 440. The universality of the technological environment produces the image of a nature. 441. If people exalt the total liberation of sexual desire, they ought to ask what makes liberation possible. The answer? The pill, a technological product. Technology is not only enshackling and rigorous in the simplistic way that is now pointed out, it is liberating by making us enter more deeply into the technological system. 442. In our society knows and is able to picture only one way to realize and satisfy his desires, the technological way. 443. L'Hériteur de Dionysos, 1969. Brun shows quite cogently that technology is not a cold, blind machine, but an exalting dance of Dionysus. Hence, technology and desire are perfectly matched. In our society, the exaltation of desire can only advance via technology. 444. Let us merely say that basic needs, food, protection against bad weather and danger, are met, on the one hand, and turned into an infinity of secondary needs, on the other hand, thanks to modern products and processes. These secondary needs are tacked onto older and essential desires, dreams, tendencies, but they swiftly become natural and necessary. Now they all have a technological origin, since the means available to satisfy them are what makes them urgent. How can we believe that man would care to contest, impugn, challenge what strikes him, not clearly but through obvious experience, as the only source of his satisfactions, gratifications, and what, moreover, assures him of a livable future, that is the future in which his needs and desires will be fully met. 445. And here is the final proposition. Man in our society has no intellectual, moral, or spiritual reference point for judging and criticizing technology. 446. As E.A. Williner acknowledges, it is by technology that man gets to know himself better, to realize better who he should become, and finds a way of identifying. In other words, technological experience teaches man who he is, in place of the old critical rhetorical experience, and we end up with a kind of technomorphism and technocentrism of man rather amazing, since Williner's book is supposed to demonstrate that TV brings choice, freedom, autonomy. These two observations, which could be followed by so many similar ones, merely attest that man is entirely, on this side, deists of the system and has no morbidness to see and criticize the system. 447. The partisans of technology try to rationalize by explaining that technology frees man from age-old constraints, which is true, that it allows man to do so many things that he could not do before, walk on the moon, fly, speak long distance, etc., and permits him to make countless choices. When Toffler declares that technological society opens the way to greater liberty, he is talking exclusively about possibilities of change, possibilities of choosing among different styles, of shedding our habits and consuming a wide diversity of products. 448. Let us start with the easiest problems. First of all, freedom is not necessarily having lots of consumers' goods to choose from. 449. A person can be utterly free and yet never have anything to eat but rice. 450. And he can be utterly alienated in a restaurant where he has his pick of 1,000 different dishes. In reality, all that exists is kinds of choices, which are not of the same nature. Choosing the man or woman to build one's life with is different from choosing an electric coffee grinder, and zones of choices. 451. In regard to the latter, the zone of my choices is completely delimited by the technological system. All my choices are made within the system, and nothing goes beyond it. Hence, the ingenuous protest for free love and against long-term coupling. These poor young people, who think they are thereby affirming their liberty, fail to realize that they are only expressing their integration in the system. They reduce the partner to an object giving satisfaction, like any technological product, and the fickleness of choice is merely part of the kaleidoscope of consumption. 452. Baudrillard has made what I feel is a startling demonstration, but one that must be developed. Everyone is caught between two poles. The individual is free as a consumer, but he is free only as such. First point, the ultimate end of the consumer society is the functionalization of the consumer himself, the monopolization of his needs, a unanimity of consumption that corresponds to the concentration and absolute planning of production. Hence, censorship is exercised through free behavior, buying, choosing, consuming. Through spontaneous investment, it is somewhat internalized in jouissance itself. Second point, and the matter is clinched. 453. We have to do away with the myth that technology increases the possibilities of choice. Naturally, modern man can choose from 100 automobile makes and 1,000 kinds of cloth, that is, he can choose products. On the level of consuming, the range of choice is vaster. But on the level of the role in the body social, on the level of functions and behaviors, there is a considerable reduction. 454. The, either/or, refers to, either the car or the TV. Never, for instance, to either more electricity or fewer atomic risks. 455. The normal technological discourse consists precisely in affirming that it is not necessary to make a choice, but that it is possible to accumulate everything, that is become wealthier and more spiritual, more powerful and more solidary, and so forth. 456. The consumer can pick among vast numbers of diverse objects to consume. But he never makes a choice in regard to investments, and yet investments are what dictate and decide consumption. 457. The man in the productivist city cannot in any way be disengaged, he is engaged in the numerous, changing, and pressing social relations, juvenile, which others call alienation. The rapid changing of these social relations gives an illusion of freedom. But it is not man who causes these changes. It is they, stemming from the progression of the system, that determine man, and it is their pressing character that restrains his liberty. He is constantly more and more defined by his situation in the system. He has less and less chance of defining it, which would be his freedom vis-a-vis the system. 458. Our choices are therefore never real. They bear solely on what the technological society makes available to us. 459. The woman who chooses abortion is rigorously moved to that choice by the entire system. How could there be any individual choice if all this is dictated by a set of beliefs in naturalness, in the objectivity of science and technology? How could there be freedom with scientists and technicians whose entire thrust is in a determined direction? Does clear explanation suffice? 460. Far from being an act of freedom, abortion is a chance to wipe out the consequences of one's doings, and, therefore, it increases irresponsibility. 461. Technological control allows us to prolong life artificially, to bring people back to life, but also to keep alive people who would normally be dead. Does that increase freedom? 462. Despite good intentions, a decision is always left to conscious, competent persons, who evaluate the necessity of experiences, the chances of survival, the quality of the life being prolonged, and so on. 463. Freedom due to technology always boils down to that growth of power. It always leads to further growth of the technician's role. 464. Man is mechanized and conditioned, that he is a robot. I have never said that. Man is still perfectly capable of choosing, deciding, altering, directing. But always within the technological framework and toward the progression of technology. 465. He can direct, but in terms of the technological given. He can never get out of it at any time, and the intellectual systems he constructs are ultimately expressions or justifications of technology, for instance, structuralism or Foucault's epistemological research. 466. The human being who uses technology today is by that very fact the human being who serves it. And conversely, only the human being who serves technology is truly able to use it. The Technological Bluff, by Jacques Ellul. 1. Technique, which Ellul defines as the totality of methods rationally arrived at and having absolute efficiency in every field of human activity, and la technologie, which is the study of technique. 2. Technical progress provides the challenges, the stakes are on the table, and intellectuals and politicians make the wagers. 3. In a strict sense, technology is discourse on technique. It involves the study of a technique, a philosophy or sociology of technique, instruction in a technique. 4. The technical novelty which came to domination in the 1960s have nothing to do with energy, it was the computer. Hence the established criterion for measuring the stages of industrial and technical progress, that is, energy, now proved to be inadequate. A new model of society was emerging. The computerized society. 5. The aim, too, was not to produce material goods but to produce, treat, transmit, interpret, and store information. 6. What automation did in the industrial world, computers are doing in the service world. 7. Progress is henceforth measured by the savings of energy and of labor in producing the same amount of goods. One must never lose sight of these criteria when one hears a discourse on productivity. Earlier, productivity was linked to an increase in labor, but this is no longer true. 8. Regarding computer innovation, there is a vast difference between high-speed trains and local trains, but the railroad system, the rails, the network, and the signaling is the same for both. There is no change in organization, in timetable, in the material and organizational infrastructure. 9. After the textile revolution and the metallurgical revolution has come the information revolution, that is, the production of goods which themselves produce and manage information. These are radically new products. We might add that this revolution tends to save energy. But it is better to speak of a third economic revolution. It is not strictly a technical revolution, since there is no change either at the level of or in the character of technique. 10. Modern techniques, which, while being so powerful, give us at the same time the sense that they are more close, more familiar, more individualizing, more personal. Here is the true technical innovation, for it is by this basic support of the whole social body and of each individual that the system can develop without encumbrance. This is incomparably more important than the laser, in vitro fertilization, or intergalactic probes. 11. It is not that we or society are better adapted to technical growth, but only that we are, let's say, neutralized in a way that there can no longer be any open or secret conflict. 12. This encirclement or outflanking of people and society rests on profound bases, for example a change in rationality, and the suppression of moral judgment, with the creation of a new ideology of science. But it is effected by the enticement of the individual into permanent socio-technical discourse. 13. The great technical innovation, the integration of people and society into the technical world. 14. We are gradually moving on to a meritocracy. 15. Technocrats are the the best people, the best 16. In all technique, however, knowledge means power. We should never forget that its only objective is to enhance power. Those who have technical knowledge in any field have power. Those who do not have this technical knowledge have no power, even though they are eminent ministers or generals. 17. In cases of serious error or extensive damage, we never see nuclear or rocket engineers or administrators prosecuted and condemned. A feature of aristocracy is that aristocrats are above the law. 18. But a fourth feature also defines this aristocracy. They have a multitude of functions, all of which are indispensable to the group, just as the nobility had military, judicial, governmental, economic, and monetary functions. 19. The more and more frequent possibility for the true high-tech technician to create with very little capital a business which, if the technique is adequate, will quickly become very large, for example Apple. This aristocracy creates its own environment, the Technopolis. 20. Technopolis, reproduce all the vices of a techno-capitalist society, with a characteristic gulf between high-tech technicians with fabulous salaries, highest in the USA, and poorly paid employees and workers who live far from the center of activity, who have to commute great distances to work, and who reap no benefits. 21. The Technopolis is a magnified image in the lens of our society. 22. It is a real aristocracy similar to its predecessors, might be described as its complete disdain for all else and its extraordinary ignorance of the world outside and of other settings. When these technocrats talk about democracy, ecology, culture, the third world, or politics, they are touchingly simplistic and annoyingly ignorant. 23. They are also totally indifferent to morality. What does it matter if their discoveries serve a destructive purpose, for example improving armaments? Some of them find it good, and a sign of freedom, that devices, for example Minitel, can be used to maintain pornographic and obscene verbal relations. To see common people degraded is a wonderful pastime for aristocrats. 24. Their great knowledge and narrow specialization prevent them from understanding questions outside their field. Yet they write authoritatively about tomorrow's world. 25. As they see it, there has to be growth. They will not accept any other hypothesis. They find their justification in the fact that increasingly everything depends on the application of techniques. 26. We also live in a world which is increasingly uncertain about techniques, not their origin or mechanism, but their effects. 27. Uncertainty from 4 angles: the ambivalence of technical progress, the unpredictability of development, the double feedback which is constituted by the originating factors of technical progress, and the internal contradictions inherent in the system. 28. If we want to know what the issue is when we speak about technique, we must begin by eliminating the futile argument about its use. 29. To believe that everything depends on the use is to think that technique is neutral. 30. Ambivalence. My meaning is that technical development is neither good, bad, nor neutral. It is a complex mixture of positive and negative elements. 31. First, all technical progress has its price. Second, at each stage it raises more and greater problems than it solves. Third, its harmful effects are inseparable from its beneficial effects. Fourth, it has a great number of unforeseen effects. 32. Often decisions are made to launch technical enterprises that are not economically profitable, for example satellites. 33. Everywhere technique creates ugliness. 34. G. Friedman has shown that automated and computerized manufacturing, suppressing older forms of work, modifies the attitudes and habits of workers and leads to the destruction of values that the working class world used to regard as essential. 13. 35. I will now take some examples to show that the problems which technique raises are much bigger and harder at every stage than those that it solves. 36. Demographic growth is the result of techniques. 37. The faster the machine, the more serious the accident. 38. There are not so many of these human scrap heaps in a traditional society because conditions of work that are not technical permit the employment of all kinds of people. Anybody can be used. Our own society, then, more and more strictly separates the qualified from the unqualified. 39. Very effective medications might have serious side effects. Accidents are numerous, leading to some 10% of all the hospitalizations in France. The use of such medications is justifiable only if the risks associated with them are less than the benefits they confer. A calculation has thus to be made of foreseeable risks and benefits. These are effects that we would rather not have, that are negative, but that are also inevitable, that are known and kept within bounds. In every technical operation, we have to be as clear-sighted as the surgeon and recognize effects that are not sought but that can be foreseen. 40. Assessment of me. Adela said that technological solutions work for good or ill according to whether they preserve or disturb the basic ecological balance. 41. Technique tends to reply to immediate needs. I am not saying that all real needs are taken into account, or that technical development is in terms of needs, but when it does take needs into account they are always immediate needs, and it is in relation to these that we assess its effects and that it sees its justification. But this being so, little account is usually taken of long-term effects. 42. Long-term effects? What matter? Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. 43. We can actually formulate the principle that the greater the technical progress, the larger the number of unpredictable effects. 44. Meadows had good reason to say that in the presence of every technical invention, before adopting it and putting it to general use, we ought to ask the following questions. What are the parallel effects, both socially and materially, of the general use of the invention? What are the social changes that are necessary to put it into use properly, the price to pay? If it is really effective and enables us to remove an obstacle to material growth, what will be the new limit that the system will come up against in expansion? Should we prefer the constraints inherent in this limit to those that the invention is designed to overcome? 45. These are vital questions that sum up the problem. Unfortunately, in fact, we cannot answer them. 46. There is no progress that is ever definitive, no progress that is only progress, no progress without a shadow. All progress runs the risk of declining. 47. Ambivalence can take the form of stunning reverses. We shall have occasion to list some of these. In this context, let us simply say that technique has always functioned in a mode of rationality, but that at the present point of development it is falling into irrationality and at times delirium. It has always had utility in view and followed the criteria of utility, but it has now reached a climax in generalized inutility. It has always sought value, but it now functions in a way that contributes nothing of value, mere services and data processing. It has always tended to be constructive, but the potential for destruction is now its main development. Irrational reactions in individuals, music, sports, social maladaptation, have always counterbalanced it, but now irrationality lies in technique itself, in its processes and results, so that it includes the irrationality of the reactions themselves. 48. This is why all technical development that increases infinitely a risk that is hypothetical but absolute seems to me to be totally reprehensible. This is the first time that I have said this. 49. The positive results of a technical enterprise are immediate. They are felt at once, as in the case of electricity or television. The negative effects, however, are long-term and are felt only with experience. 50. The paradox of Harvey Brooks, 60, namely, that whereas only a small fraction of the population usually has to bear the costs and carry the risks of a new technique, the advantages are widespread. 51. The public certainly does not see air pollution and is not aware of the pollution of water tables. 52. The advantages are sure and plain to see, the disadvantages are diffuse and uncertain. Pill is glorified in the name of women's liberation. Women can have children as they choose. Those who oppose it are sexists or moralists or enemies of progress. 53. Damages and dangers are assessed only in money. 54. Society accepts the present only as preparation for the future. We all accept our economic and social status only because there is hope of improving it. Everything is viewed in relation to the future, hence growth is an economic necessity. Our economic and technical construction is in reality only a movement. Our wealth exists only if it continues to grow. Foreseeing the energy crisis in 1967 would not have changed anything. The strategies set to work in the 1960s were strategies of growth, not of managing scarcity. 55. The most striking example of unpredictability due to uncertainty may be found in the area of nuclear energy. In the French program we find an excess of production of electricity, an extreme rigidity, well studied by Grandstedt in L'Impasse Industrielle, a lack of certainty about the real effects, an inability to arrange for long-term disposal of wastes, a gamble on future operations when a plant reaches the end of its useful life and the core has to be shut down, and a failure to foresee the possibility of triggering some irreparable processes. All this, in France, goes hand in hand with a lack of respect for the laws, for example regarding the sale of enriched uranium, or for the many non-proliferation treaties, which are violated as soon as they are signed. There is the difficulty of getting information. We are overwhelmed by writings and by data from data banks, but it is hard and costly to get the relevant information. I will return to this matter at more length. 56. Lying has spread because the media permit the spread of truth. 57. More serious is the impossibility of knowing what is real, due to an incompatibility of criteria. The integration of information means that we now know only the data relating to our own area. No human brain nor committee can master the whole. 58. Technique has three phases: invention, innovation, and diffusion. The first two depend on effectively applying prior techniques. The first also depends on contingent political directions and decisions. The third depends strictly on the economy. 59. In all the circumstances and conditions of the modern world, the root evil is of a technical order. I do not say it is provoked by technique. Technical thinking is incapable of thinking about technique. This is the real problem of the so-called technical culture that we shall have to study at length. 60. Technical thinking thinks only in terms of the progress of techniques. It cannot think about the general phenomenon of technique. 61. We have been accustomed to viewing the world as an object made up of fixed objects and quantities. In this world forecasting was possible. But this conception has been overturned by the discovery that our world and society are not made up of objects but of a flow of currents, changes, and combinations. We no longer have to study money but the flow of money. This is so obvious that we might ask why it was not seen at once. Probably people refuse to see it because of the complexity that it entails. 62. Technique does not predict, it programs time. Everything must be ordered according to a single temporal axis, that of the organization, functioning, and production of technique. Nuclear plants, factories. 63. Today we have reversed the situation. Each machine or appliance becomes obsolete in a year, as a much more efficient one replaces it. But the vast number of discarded machines produces a build-up of scrap, which takes a long time to eliminate. Increasingly, indeed, we are making products that cannot be eliminated. This inversion seems to me to be very significant. It shows how technical rhythms are unable to fit in with the rhythms that are natural to us, to the world, and to its possibility of a future. We are now accustomed to recalling that there cannot be infinite growth in a finite world. 64. We have now created a civilization of risk, according to the fine formula and demonstration of P. Lagarde's theory of major technological risks. 65. We have seen that forecasting is practically impossible, and information is barred to us by secrecy. In the first instance, then, foresight is the virtue of accepting, on the basis of incontestable experiences in the immediate past, at least 2 in the last 12 years, that we are living in a civilization which is at serious risk as a result of technique, and that the more technique advances the more serious the risk and the greater its probability. Double feedback. 66. In the technological system I emphasize that if technique in its complexity were finally to be regarded as a true system in the scientific sense, according to Ludwig von Bertalanffy, it would have to have a regulatory mechanism, a mechanism of feedback which would react to the source or origin or cause of malfunctions, deviations, and negative effects and correct them, thus conferring order and balance in growth. Thus far the system had in fact functioned in a completely anarchical and spontaneous way, no one could control or direct it. Computer feedback on the technical system can only inform, decision rests with us. The computer has the task of showing us where the problem lies and what to do about it, in this way preparing the ground for decision. 67. Instead of mastering the technical system, computers entered into the system, adopted its features, and simply reinforced the power and incoherence of its effects. In fact, I think that the game is lost. With the help of computer power, the technical system has definitively escaped from control by the human will. 68. Once again the power of events has prevailed over free human decision. 69. The legitimacy of power is no longer religious or democratic. Power affirms itself scientifically. Science validates it because it can do nothing without power. For the public, science is the great goddess which it cannot question and which validates those who serve it. 70. For many years a distinction was made between pure and applied science. In 1950 I showed that this is not quite accurate. From the very first science has been dependent on technical possibility. The interaction is very significant. Science can advance only through technical improvements, whether it be a matter of discoveries in space, molecular structures, or the effects of developments in chemistry or mathematics, etc. 71. Science accelerates technical progress and technical progress reacts by making possible new discoveries. Much technical progress is of value in making scientific development possible. And since science is the final justification of our Western world, money devoted to these technical exploits seems to be legitimately spent. 72. Various questions arise. Is the certainty that the relation between research and economic development is sure, clear, and unrestricted? This is still the belief in the world of Western politics. but much less so in the USA. Again, from the economic point of view, are research and technique really profitable? The costs are so great that it is hard to meet them and avoid inflation. Many projects have had to become international, like the Concorde. Even the USA has to make choices. For example, the NASA budget was severely cut in 1983. But costs continue to mount as techniques are perfected and scientific demands become heavier. 73. The vital fact is that technical progress is much faster than economic growth. For some years the latter has leveled off almost everywhere except in Japan. We shall have to look at this in more detail. But technical growth is exploding in all directions and needs financing. Can one expect, however, that in 3 or 4 years the money spent on technical projects will bring the fresh economic growth that will cover the investment made? 74. In the main the system works as follows. Technique makes economic growth possible. But it demands such enormous funding by the economy that the economy reacts by putting a brake on it through forcing it to make choices. The following facts make this inevitable. First, technique takes up projects concerning which no one can say whether they will have any economic value. Space is an example. The building of rockets and satellites undoubtedly has benefits for some firms and workers. It might also attract foreign orders. The rocket Ariane can carry a Brazilian or Nigerian satellite. It thus brings profit to France. But it has no economic value, none that consumers can use. At the very most there are some salaries and profits, which will be used up eventually. But this is money made for nothing. Second, the growth of techniques means diminution for the secondary sector and temporary gain for the tertiary. But the tertiary sector creates no economic value. Services are useful but they do not produce anything. This is constantly forgotten. Here again technical growth produces no real wealth. Third, technique has external effects and its costs are thus much more complex. The more it progresses, the more it creates global problems, pollution, potential dangers, the exhausting of non-renewable resources. If we are to find the real costs we have thus to take into account the precautions that have to be taken and the cost of looking for substitute materials. When a technique carries with it great risks of toxification, protection has to be provided and institutions must be set up to exercise control. These are hidden costs. It is the famous question of the internalization of external factors. Fourth, techniques produce increasingly powerful and expensive armaments. Someone might intervene and say that this is a simple matter for political decision. But that is false, for one must apply here the same argument applied above to space. Making these weapons provides jobs and makes exports possible. It thus helps the balance of 75. Trade. But in this case the negative effect is global. Most of the countries that buy arms are third world countries, and the purchases plunge them increasingly into debt. In 1985 Latin America had an external debt of $300 billion. For all third world countries it amounted to $620 billion. I find it hard to grasp what these figures mean. Economically, the whole thing is increasingly impossible. In other words, these techniques mean growing difficulties and impasses in economic life. Concretely and within budgetary limits, financiers and economists have to say to technicians that they cannot do all that techniques make possible. They have to choose. At one and the same time it is not possible to make very expensive surgery possible for everyone, or to provide every hospital with every form of modern equipment, lasers, scanners, ultrasound, etc., and yet to supply all the necessary hospital beds. In relation to technique, the economy acts as a brake or buffer, that is, it represents negative feedback. 76. The threshold of reversal is an essential concept in our age. The first model came a century and a half ago with the law of diminishing returns. This is very simple. When we increase quantities in any field to gain greater results, A time comes when the process reverses itself and a lesser result is achieved than that sought. This law is a decisive one in studying technical progress. 77. We will take some simple examples. The desire fully to rationalize political and economic organization and the desire to rationalize human behavior will always lead to a point of reversal and an explosion of the irrational. The process of rationalization leads to a specific irrationality. The rational and total organization of the conditions of life produces of itself the arbitrary and irrational rule of organization. What is irrational is the actual desire to rationalize. The most familiar and vivid example is Soviet planning. 78. The introduction of computers into schools and homes might make things more efficient, but this turns inevitably into irrationality. Why, for example, save time if the time thus saved is empty and meaningless? 79. Global formulation given by Jacques Ellul. The power of the rational is subject to the law of reversal from the rational to the irrational, to which no one has the key and of which no one can finally say what is the meaning. Technical power is the ideal model of this reversal. 80. It is clear enough that already in our world, production does not keep pace with the raising of capital devoted to it. 81. Belarot has fully demonstrated this reversal in the excessive pedagogy. This has the aim of making life easier for children, or promoting their psychological, moral, and intellectual development, of transmitting knowledge with less difficulty. But the perfecting of techniques in some sense means total control of the children, which is logical. The more pedagogy becomes scientific and technical, the more efficient it is, and the more it takes complete possession of the pupils. At each stage in their development the children meet specialists, and the same will soon apply to adults, too, as they pursue their education. Pedagogy supposedly has nothing to do with the acquisition of knowledge. It is a psychological and political action, a regulatory action. It is in the service of belief and duty. Teaching and learning are with a view to belief and service. Belarot fully shows that the technicization of pedagogy, while certainly making it more efficient and better for the general good, also makes of it a perfect instrument of social control. The more information I receive, the more I think I know, and confusion between the information I am given and my knowledge brings me into a spiral illusion. The more I receive information, the less I think to believe, whereas experience proves the exact opposite. The transmission of knowledge seems to serve the development of social adhesion, of democratic consensus as opposed to conflict. Universalized and diffused, pedagogy does not really serve democracy but the techno-economy. More extensive transmission of knowledge reinforces the adhesion of everybody to the same norms and values. The more pedagogy becomes technically perfect and institutional, the more it becomes a political weapon of government. It is the generalized pedagogical conformity that is significant. All these theses needed to be proved, and Belarot has done it. The converse is true: ignorant people. 82. A threshold is thus passed. Pedagogy, which ought to liberate, becomes an instrument of blind and accepted servitude. 83. I will give two other examples of thresholds of reversal. The one concerns freedom. What outbreaks of joy there were when freedom of radio transmission was granted in France. It did not matter what ideas would be broadcast. Groups that had not been able to speak could now be heard. What an advance in liberty! But experience has proved the contrary. First, capital had to be found and the state gave only a little initial support. The independent local radio station, then, depended on a big newspaper or a financial or industrial corporation. But this was not the most important feature. Three kinds of independent local radio stations quickly developed. A first group wanted to adhere to the original ideal of providing relatively fresh local and national news and serving the cause of culture and education by discussions, commentaries, etc. A second group corresponded to public groups whose choices and opinions are well known, for example Roman Catholics, Jews, or socialists, and which had an audience in advance that was ready to support its radio, though it is not really the radio of those who do not speak but of the party or church speaking through its specialists. The third, very large group of stations would essentially transmit only music, rock, and sporting news. The problem that soon appeared was that money is needed to transmit. The only true source of money is advertising. But advertising needs a sufficient audience, and competition developed between groups 1 and 3. Statistics generally show the proportion between them to be 1 to 10. The battle of advertising thus ran in favor of the rock stations, not the cultural and research stations. The latter were for the most part either forced off the air or compelled to conform to the prevailing model of music and sport. 84. This, then, is our divine freedom, the great advance made thanks to independent local radio stations. We find a similar disaster in the case of private television channels, a lowering of the cultural level, a debasement of the public, and an increasing advertising invasion. 85. To put it simply, we might say that the more these instruments bring us together, the more we are distant and strangers. The telephone has done away with the habit of visiting people, of engaging in true human contact. It has ruined the art of writing letters, and sending keepsakes. Lovers phone one another instead of writing. We see here a limitation. Technical instruments are very good for technical operations. The phone is excellent for making appointments or passing on brief instructions. But these instruments become demonic when they invade one's whole life and replace such human activities as talking with someone face to face. Fragility. 86. A second contradiction in the technical system arises out of its fragility. First, we have the fragility of all big organizations. I have already discussed this in an earlier work, The Technological System. The bigger an organization becomes, the more accident-prone it is. The links among the different sectors are more numerous, and it is at such links that breaks occur. This is true no matter whether the organization is economic, multinational companies, or political, Napoleon's empire or the USSR. It naturally applies to the technical system, which grows unceasingly and absorbs more and more areas. 87. Centralization also has its own weaknesses. Ponzi schemes, the more there is, the greater the impact of each incident on the rest as the center spreads it. Individual means of solving problems also fade through collective distribution. 88. Julian Bock has excellently explained the trend towards centralization in his study of hierarchy and the principle of least difficulty. He shows here that large groups have a hierarchical level that we must not exceed. 8 echelons, he thinks, is the greatest number for maximum efficiency. If an organization grows and keeps its structure of n hierarchical echelons, at first its power increases n times. But when a maximum is passed, its power decreases drastically. Should the number of echelons become NC, the power will move towards 0. Internal quarrels will reduce the organization to total impotence. The reaction then will be to harden the constraints and increase the central power, as we well know. But this leads to even greater impotence, when an organization has the maximum structure and increases its power. The introduction of another hierarchical echelon reduces individual production by half. But even if individual production is reduced, an organization with many echelons and individuals will have greater total power if it corresponds to the optimum structure. Here lies the explanation of the trend toward gigantism. The sense of power is felt by individuals even at the bottom, and they find in it protection and reassurance. 89. Another feature of this fragility is that it is not only so common but it is also accelerating. The more perfect the system becomes, the more it has to function at a maximum of yield, speed, and efficiency. Therefore, this is also a factor in fragility, hence Formula I cars are much more fragile than standard cars. 90. The faster the functioning, the slower the response to an unexpected event. 91. Ellul has made a fine study of the scarcity in the economic sphere. He begins with an analysis of classical thinking about the economy. Scarcity is ambivalent, it may be either positive or negative. It may cause violence, but it is also the basis of trade. The fundamental fact is the parsimony of nature that drives us to progress. If scarcity is both the basis of the economy and the cause of violence, we must distinguish between relative scarcity and extreme scarcity. This is taken up by politicians. Reduction of growth leads to scarcity, which in turn engenders disorder and conflict. 92. Ellul insists, however, that we cannot be satisfied with earlier economic and political analyses of scarcity. Having studied it in primitive societies, following Salin, he concludes, no quantity of goods or resources banishes it, no parsimony of nature defines it. Scarcity is woven into the web of interpersonal relations. The structuring of social space either permits or does not permit the appearance or scarcity. Scarcity is purely social. It exists only in the network of intersubjective exchanges which give rise to it. It is simply a matter of social organization. Having interpreted the phenomena of scarcity in terms of sacrificial mimesis, he rightly shows that it institutes the 93 modem world as the sacred did the primitive world. Modern scarcity is produced by excess of production, by the universalizing of mimetic rivalries. Social and technical changes today have brought scarcity by destroying the traditional obligations of solidarity and opposing the social consequences of human actions to the individual consequences. 94. Scarcity rests on the renunciation of the obligations of solidarity, on the abandonment of individuals to their own fate. There is a general belief that conflicts and misery are due to scarcity and a general commitment to the pursuit of personal interests. In this kind of world, the worst violence is supposedly rational. 95. Nerink, too, has offered us a profound study of shortages in a society of abundance. There is a reality of abundance that has ceased to be a chimera, it has become an incarnate myth. But it is not absolute, it is for a minority. The gross national product for the 450 million people of Africa in 1980 was only half of that for France. It is explained that the abundance of the developed countries is necessary for the Third World, and Nerink formulates a new beatitude, blessed are the satiated, for we have to feed them in order to nourish the hungry. In other areas he shows that abundance is a trap, that essential services are deficient, compensated by forced overconsumption of useless services. 96. But the phenomenon has nothing whatever to do with moral virtues or vices. It is no individual's fault if technical growth demands more and more raw materials which have to be readily accessible at a good price. By various processes which we shall examine, this leads to the impoverishment of the Third World, the unbalancing of the economies of the various countries in it, and the sociological disintegration of their society, that is, proletarization. The example of oil is plain. The incredible wealth of the oil emirs does not prevent proletarization in their countries. It has also grown very clearly in Nigeria. 97. In reality, it is the technical system itself which produces the global proletarization, as well as the poverty, of the Third World. Here, then, is a compensation. Our abundance by way of technique entails this proletarization. It is ridiculous to say merely that we are robbing Third World countries of their wealth and that this wealth is the basis of ours. 98. Thus we have on the one hand an abundance or superabundance of things, of consumption, of information, of tools, but on the other hand we live in real poverty as concerns land, air, water, and nature. On the one hand we have a superabundance of human contacts, but superficial and artificial contacts, and on the other hand a poverty in relation to animal contacts which, unconsciously felt, explains the love of townspeople for cats and dogs, since it is not possible to think of human beings without animal contacts. In spite of the optimists, We cannot live surrounded only by other human beings, in a desert of concrete and mechanical objects. Naturally, we have to be adaptable, we have to be able to live in different circumstances. But an adaptation of this kind means regression to the most elementary human stage. 99. The religious and the sacred that we have chased out of nature are now transferred to objects. Be it noted that the transfer is not quite the same. We originally related our religious feelings to our natural environment. The tree, the fountain, the wind, the animal were the focus. We invested them with a formidable greatness and they became sacred. 100. If I do not see that I am blind, I am blind. 101. We are entering into the field of what Janik Wood calls the technicism of techno-discourse. Humanism. 102. All techno-discourse either is or seeks to be discourse about humanity, about human primacy and objectives. It does not merely seek to assure us of happiness, nor does it discuss power. There is never any question of power in this pious talk. Its theme is true human fulfillment, which it rates very highly. Nothing is more important than the human race. The more technocratic the author, the higher the rating of humanity. Julian Simon entitles his book Notre Dernière Chance, Humanity, Our Last Chance. Human freedom supposedly increases with every technical advance. 103. Rights are part of the humanism which is integral to discourse about technique. Furthermore, the idea of human rights appeared at the same time and in the same country as modern technique, and I do not think that there is much that is accidental in history. 104. To describe people as a resource, as capital, means that they must be treated well, like financial or mechanical capital. People are the most precious capital of all. This thesis is in line with the humanistic discourse of the age. 105. In a given society, the more people talk about a value or virtue or collective project, the more this is a sign of its absence. 106. Military techniques have to be developed in order to improve peacetime techniques. The one is linked to the other. 107. Who are more completely free than the unemployed? 108. The projects of enthusiasts for technical culture, politicians, scientists, or technocrats, also professors and entrepreneurs, have, along with nuances which we shall note, three fundamental aspects: the acquisition of technological knowledge, the adapting of the young to the technical environment, not just manipulation, but making them comfortable in it, and finally the creation of a psychological mood that is favorable to technique, an openness to everything pertaining to it. 109. Culture is simply the transmitting and organizing of information, and since everything is changing in this domain, there must also be a change of culture. A dazzling task. 110. The best and most appropriate pedagogy, then, is the technique that prepares young people to enter the cycle of productive forces but that is also a force in ideological reproduction. 111. What is obvious in our society is the rapid obsolescence of all knowledge. And the knowledge transmitted is only a fraction of what is acquired. It is also impossible that the last to be acquired should be transmitted. 112. I would note in summation that techniques have always played a part in culture. But the problem is that size, number, speed of development, omnipresence, and omnicompetence now make it impossible to insert techniques into a stable culture. 113. Ellul had an anthropological view of technique. He made humanity and technique coextensive. Human beings as he saw it have been technicians from the very first. Technique is a mirror of humanity. We project ourselves into it and in it extend our nature artificially. The human organism offers the key to technique. This continuity of humanity and technique finds itself backed by an instinctual theory, namely, that we satisfy deep instinctual drives by engaging in it. This obviously means that there is coincidence between technique and culture. But the mistake of Jain and many other philosophers is to think of technique, in itself, without considering that the actual technical phenomenon today has nothing whatever in common with the techniques of earlier societies. 114. The other consideration, that of Roqueplo, is much closer to reality. For him technical culture means knowing well the milieu in which we live. 115. We must also think of culture as a system that enables us to communicate dialectically both an existential experience and a body of knowledge. Thus culture is neither a superstructure nor an infrastructure but a metabolic circuit that links the two. 116. Culture rests on a tragic sense of life that is forcefully mastered, and this mastery is culture, which does not seek the origin nor end of things but the reason for them. This culture is not just that of an elite. It may be the work of artists, writers, and thinkers, but it can be born only if there is in the people a profound culture, a communion of style between life and art. Thus we are not to distinguish between an aristocratic culture and a popular culture. The former is impossible without the latter, and the latter feeds upon the former. 117. These two models show how far we are from the ridiculous image that the technologists construct of culture and to what degree television is not an instrument of culture any more than the microcomputer. 118. A technical culture is essentially impossible. To make it possible, as we have seen, technologists reduce it to an accumulation of knowledge. If it were nothing more, technical knowledge could certainly replace literary knowledge. But as Morin finely points out, the crisis in the humanities lies first of all in the area of knowledge. The predominance of information over knowledge, and of knowledge over thought, has disintegrated true knowledge. The sciences have contributed greatly to this disintegration by extreme specialization. Science can only create an aggregate of operational knowledge. By its relational and relativist character it saps the base of the humanities. In developing objectivity, science develops a permanent duality between the subjective and the objective. 16. This is why developing technological instruction in place of the formation and transmission of culture is such a serious matter. 119. All true culture has integrated the economic life of its time, but it has not depended on it, in spite of Marx's generalization. It has transcended it. For example, harvest festivities relate to an economic event but they give this event a universal character, a higher sense, linking it to a social universe and finding for it an aesthetic form. 120. We can still speak our own language. We can read the poets and great writers. But all this is simply an amiable dilettantism. The astonishing thing is that what is fully achieved with all this is the judgment of the 19th century middle class that art, literature, the classics, poetry, etc. are simply a matter of pleasure and distraction and bear no relation to serious matters. They are pleasant whims when important matters have been settled. 121. Technique is universal, whereas culture cannot be. We must now go further. Technique means speed, always greater speed. So much so that we now have to admit that there is no longer any uniform time, there is our time and there is machine time, which counts in billionths of a second and which cannot be correlated with our time. 22. 122. Pivotto seems correct when he says that extensive television viewing anesthetizes the reflective action of the conscience and inhibits speech. It makes speech a residual act. It kills the aware and responsible adult and infantilizes. 23. These are not the conditions of the creation of a culture. 123. We can only rely on the networks, which even as they increase our power reduce our independence, since without them we can literally no longer do anything. Basically, the attempt to create a counterculture or subculture in the 1960s, an attempt which finally failed when it came up against the structures of our society, is no longer conceivable to the extent that technique functions in networks. 124. I have referred at length to Mirabeau because no one could better describe the conflict between culture and technique and the impossibility of a technical culture. 125. Culture is necessarily humanistic or it does not exist at all. 126. Culture includes, of course, all that they put in the form of questions about the meaning of life, the possibility of reunion with ultimate being, the attempt to overcome human finitude, and all other questions that they have to ask and handle. But technique cannot deal with such things. It functions merely because it functions. It is self-reproductive. Each technical advance serves first to produce new techniques. It is itself the center of attention and allows of no questioning outside the mechanical sphere. It is not interested in what serves humanity. Its only interest is in itself. It is self-justified and self-satisfying. 127. Culture exists only if it raises the question of meaning and values. In the last analysis one might say that this is the central object of all culture. But here we are at the opposite pole from all technique. Technique is not at all concerned about the meaning of life, and it rejects any relation to values. 128. We are always free to disconnect our phones and shut off our television sets. We are always free to take a trail back to nature. 129. I might cite other texts which reaffirm human freedom. If I have selected those of Salomon and Scardigli, it is precisely because these two in their works have very well described the threats of technique, its power relative to humanity and society, and the rigor of its development. But they are not prepared to yield to despair, and they thus take a leap into a kind of wishful thinking, of metaphysics, of belief. 130. In reality, mastering a technique or techniques is becoming increasingly difficult, especially since we remain globally unaware of the problem. 131. The unions did not realize what was happening in the 1970s. They carried on with the same aims and strategy as in the 1930s, and like the political parties they have suffered total dislocation. If I have stressed this point, it is because the unions might have hoped to become the supreme instrument for achieving mastery over technique. 132. The real debate is this: what do we mean by freedom, and what do we mean by mastery? On a ship it is the captain or skipper who is master. And what is proposed here is no more than the freedom of sailors to put on gloves or not in order to make the maneuvers that are ordered. 133. I will not proceed to criticize the innumerable writers. Toffler and Servan-Schreiber are popular examples, who exult in human power, for I could only repeat what I have already said, showing that no one can in fact master technique and drive the technical system. Teaching 500,000 French children to use computers only forces them into the system and takes from them any critical power or a global understanding. 134. Here we have the absolute belief of the modern world, which implies our absolute renunciation of mastery. We delegate power to technique. Thanks to it we have achieved an unequaled power. But the greater the power is, the harder it is to maker it. A high-powered car is much more difficult to control than a normal car. 135. We have not become the masters of the computer. The means by which to achieve domination is on the side of that which we have to dominate. What all those who think they can master technique lack is a basic understanding that technique is simply power, that no one can master power, and that by its very nature power forbids all questioning and slips away from all attempts to seize it. 136. Those who want mastery over technique also fail to ask what is meant by mastery. Mastery is an ability to dispose at will one's potential. If it does not mean this, it is nothing. It has thus to be a non-technical power that is greater than technique and that enables us at our pleasure to direct, break, accelerate, or modulate the technical system. But none of those who arrogantly talk about mastering technique dare think in such terms. 137. Deduced by rational operations, technique, too, is rational. But reason implies humanity. Rationality is what humanity and technique have in common. As technique is the product of a process of rationality which is specifically human, how can we say that there is any contradiction or that technique has eluded us and shown itself to be bad? 138. Technique, obeying rationality, becomes an expression and instrument of human reason in our society. 139. All that we ask of people in this society must be rational. It is rational to consume more, to change immediately what is worn out, to acquire more information, to satisfy an increasing number of desires. Constant growth is rational for our economic system. We can take the ordinary actions of 99% of the population in a so-called advanced country and we shall find that the key to them is always rationality. 140. The 18th century philosophers showed very well that reason brings light, that it dispels obscurity and the incomprehensible. Science and its minstrels, like Victor Hugo, confirmed this in the 19th century. 141. Today we have moved into the technical age, and what we say about rationality is no longer the same. It is no longer a matter of fighting against religious irrationality or the extremes of nature. It is a matter of projecting human power on the whole universe, on every culture, on nature in its totality, thanks first to the machine and then, gloriously, the whole array of techniques. 142. In other words, except in algebra there is no such thing as purely rational human thinking. Even our most rigorous thinking is inevitably intermingled with opinions and sympathies and antipathies and feelings. How often our reasoning and knowledge reflect the causes we advocate. Our thinking is never pure. That of computers is always pure unless it is programmed to take into account a specific feature. 143. Even though its thinking is rational, there is often an irrational factor in the way that one poses a problem to the computer, or in the choice of the problem that one poses. 144. Artificial intelligence, which dates back to 1952 and the very first computers, when P. Jacques was talking about artificial thinking. 145. My main objection is that all these marvels are imitations of the operations of a brain that is taken out of the skull and that functions in a jar, certainly with nerve endings, full of physiological serum. Intelligence is more than the ability to assemble and use knowledge or to solve problems or to memorize. Intelligence is a total human activity. It is nourished by human relations, by accidents, by fatigue, by non-simulated joy, by the desire to write or to calculate, by the selection of knowledge for a particular project, by psychological obsessions, by the wish to please or hurt people. The intellect is not algebra. I also reject completely Simon's abstract view of intuition. 146. The computer is not capable of imagination. 147. Imagination, fantasy, myth, intuition, and experience transform themselves into thought. Computers can imitate the human brain, but the human brain is not a separate entity, it is part of a body. 148. It is for this reason that computers cannot produce anything that might be called art except in the purely formal sense of putting one color or one note next to another. Genius lies in the heart. Songs of despair are the most beautiful of songs. Some immortal songs are pure sobs. Is that romanticism? Not at all. We have here the origin, development, and aspirations of all art. In spite of the claims of some modern painters and musicians, the computer has no place in art. We shall leave it at that. 149. The more a society wants to be rational, the more we express irrational urges. This is exactly the problem that we raised earlier. How can we lead people to live well and happily in the rarefied air of rationality without external constraint or force? 150. The more technique advances, the more it is supposed to serve human progress, but the more in reality it brings human regress. The wealth created by technique is collective, fleeting, in need of constant renewal, and dependent. The more devices seem to be obvious and useful, the more they reduce the human condition to absurdity. The more progress there is, the more repetition there is. Change accelerates sameness. In a shadow theater we see constant transformations from the same to the same by miraculous means. The sameness consists of permanent change according to an immutable principle. There is a remarkable development of chaos and the irrational in a superfluity of rationality, order, and taxonomies. 151. Ideologies of science. 1850 to today, passing very rapidly over the first four, which will serve simply as a benchmark. The first period is characterized by what is called scientism. It is usually stressed that true scientists did not share this characterization. Schematically, scientism amounts to the notion that science discovers and will discover all truth, truth being equated with the concrete reality of the world in which we live. But this enthusiasm waned around 1900, and a second period came between 1900 and 1918, bringing not strictly a new ideology but a weakening of the common scientism. I would say that in 1900 truth was central. After 1920 happiness is central. Science will assure us of happiness. At the same time the idea of happiness undergoes a change. It is no longer spiritual or idealistic. Tied to consumption, happiness is well-being. It involves the great discovery of comfort. After 1945 the ideology of science undergoes a crisis, which has many elements. Above all, we might say that the discovery of penicillin does not compensate for the trauma of Hiroshima. We enter a long period of an ideology of doubt and defiance regarding science. It is odd to have to note the contradiction between the many scientific discoveries from 1945 to 1975, along with astounding economic growth, the glorious 30 years, and inversely, on the psychological and ideological plane, the attitude of withdrawal, and for the first time a lack of enthusiasm. Ideologically, this period is characterized differently depending on the level one examines. On every hand there is profound change. We see it first among scientists themselves. There develops among them a kind of doubt, so that one might almost speak of a crisis of science, which would be inaccurate as regards its development, the progress of its methods and results, but not wholly wrong ideologically, since scientists, too, obviously have their own ideology of science. Thus there is less talk of the equation of scientific discovery and truth. Truth is no longer a primary goal of science. I think we might analyze the ideological crisis in two ways. First, the consequences of previous theoretical discoveries have developed among scientists. Thus account is now taken of phenomena that were earlier evaded, disorders, tornadoes, floods, noises in communications. Entropy is accepted. Scientifically there is recognition of a decisive phenomenon like feedback. 152. We do not need to know how an automobile engine works, and even less the scientific principles behind its origin, to be able to drive the car. But the existing situation is much more radical. The more we advance, the more the products are complex and incomprehensible. 153. We thus live in a paradoxical situation which enforces a certain ideology. The machine that will be the easiest to manipulate, I refer, of course, to those in public use, will be the one that needs the greatest investment and the most elaborate research. In average thinking this confers a concrete legitimacy on science. Clearly, technique does not do it alone. We know that we are in the presence of more than technique. What we have here is a sort of complete renewal of life and society. We are directly affected by marvelous products that are offered to us by the most elaborate scientific research. We certainly do not know the calculations or hypotheses or details of this research, but we have a sense of the extreme closeness of everyone to the scientific world. Of course, the computer plays a big part at this point. 154. There is thus developing an ideology of science that I would call a soteriology. The present-day ideology of science is an ideology of salvation. That is, science is our only recourse, and any negative aspects are strenuously contested. Science alone holds the future to our society. No matter what problem may arise, the inevitable answer will always be, science will take care of it. This is obvious in medicine. 155. One reason why the ecological movement has suffered reverses and setbacks. There are other reasons, of course, linked to inconsistencies within the movement. We do not want to listen because we infinitely prefer the immediate advantages that science offers to the diffuse and distant threats. The positive propositions of the ecologists are obviously less effective than what science enables technique to achieve, and it also seems quaint to want to protect seals or whales. As for the threats to the human race, people basically do not believe them. They are not concerned if the Amazonian or African forests are disappearing, and acid rain does not bother them much. 156. We are moving into a society of networks. It is on different points of these networks that we find ourselves situated, belonging to many networks at the same time. But it is very unsettling to be situated in a fluid and apparently unstable world about which we know nothing. 157. With the development of technoscience, economic calculations no longer have any value. In science we juggle with billions and the question is not one of profitability. Once a new avenue of scientific research is seen, work must be done in it without any knowledge whether it has the least justification economically. It is typical that artificial economic justification is found later, for example for research into the Concorde. 158. In 1975, 150 specialists in California decided to suspend the moratorium. They tried to impose security regulations and limits on genetic experiments, but in this regard no one listened to them, any more than they had done to the famous committees on scientific ethics. Let us entertain no illusions. Scientists will not accept philosophical, theological, or ethical judgments. 159. Spiritual disciplines are weak on action and strong on explication. They enable us to found law, ethics, and the family. Science is strong on action, techniques, but, contrary to the belief of the last 100 years, weak on explication. Experts. 160. Laggard considers another difficulty. Experts are at home with things that go well and recur. Their primary ability is to describe phenomena, to experiment, to reproduce, to measure. Any major risk, being exceptional and aberrant, causes them problems. Accustomed to working with relatively stable states, they come up against limited situations that cannot be reproduced. E. Moran takes up the same point and confirms it. Experts can solve problems for which there have already been solutions in the past. They are powerless when they come up against new problems. They come to see how poor are the general ideas that go hand in hand with their specialized vision. Experts who belong to an organization always justify it, for it is from the organization that they receive their power and authority. IPC 161. Is it the role of experts to reassure the public or to speak the truth? It is often the true role of experts to overwhelm people from the height of their scientific superiority and in reality to disinform them. 162. I would not say that experts are incompetent. I am convinced of their competence. I also cannot say that they are not serious. They are very respectable people and do not talk at random or take risks. Not for a moment would I say that they are not honest. They undoubtedly follow their conscience and not orders. But granted all this, and their appointments and qualifications by recognized bodies, we have to realize that they are in ambiguous situations. They are scientists who have their opinions, and contrary to what is often thought, modern science is less and less clear and univocal, and convictions derive often from opinions based on such and such experiments and findings. The triumph of the absurd. 163. The philosophy of the absurd developed along with existentialism, and within it. It did not, of course, characterize existentialism as a whole, but was related to the existentialism of Jean-Paul Sartre. Its main orientation was that life and all activity and human thinking was absurd. They make no sense, nothing makes sense. 164. The second development on the basis of the philosophy of the absurd is nihilism. Nothing has value. We must reduce everything to nothing. Nihilism can be explained as such, Chiron, or it can take a theoretical form which leads in art, for example, to the view that the artist must produce a non-work and ultimately no work at all. 165. Now the new thing in recent technical evolution as I see it is that the techniques developed in the last decade, principally in the area of computers, telematics, are themselves leading to absurdity. 166. Absurdity of the inexorable constraint of technical growth. Things are produced that we do not need, that serve no useful purpose. We produce them because technique makes them possible and we have to exploit the possibility. Inexorably and absurdly we have to follow this direction. In the same absurd and inexorable way we also use things that we do not need. 167. I am not unaware of the innumerable discussions among psychologists and sociologists concerning natural, artificial, inward, and cultural needs, etc. I will not go into these abstract analyses. I do not deny that what was not originally a need, for example drinking iced drinks, may become just as natural a need as one dictated by physiology when we adapt the habit and keep it up long enough. Smoking. 168. Radio and TV, the demands of viewers are easy. They do not want people of genius who are too much above most of them. They want honest mediocrity. It is within this basically unimportant range that the stations have the best chance of finding people to put on. The main thing is to have something fresh. That alone is what counts. When real intellectuals are found, they have to speak at a level that can only do them dishonor. A novelist who is a bestseller is a safer bet. But a new one is not always available. 169. Communication is being perfected. It has become swift, global, accurate, etc. But unfortunately there is nothing to communicate except what is banal and inane. Yet the equipment is there, we have to cater to it. 170. I am compelled to say that hundreds of the objects that are now set before the public are useless gadgets and that there would not be an adequate market if only useful goods were produced. Thus we have many objects that are only for amusement or to cause a little surprise. 171. We have races for Formula I cars in which each model will cost millions and be used only once, not to speak of the enormous waste of fuel. The only justification that is given is that experimentation brings technical improvements, but the improvements in engines and tires are only for the racing cars themselves or for some sports cars that can travel at high speeds without danger, when the great need today is to reduce speed because of accidents. 172. The most modern techniques in music, painting, sculpture, and architecture has resulted in products that might be called art. It is a matter of definition, but that have nothing whatever in common with the aim of the race for the last 5 millennia in doing work that we think of as art, that is, works with meaning, that is to be given or found, with beauty, with harmony, lofty works that give happiness. Modern art is the exact opposite of all that. 173. In reality we do not really know what we are talking about when we say that we must become more human. 174. People in our society, once obsessed with work, are now fascinated by the multiplication of images, the intensity of noise, and the spreading of information. In all three areas we have the effects of techniques on all of us, even though we might not be too fond of television or shows. 175. Walkman. It is an absurdity that young people cannot live a single hour without this music which batters their skulls. They are so intoxicated by the noise which effaces all else that they need it even in trains or cars. They cannot escape its magnetism, which prevents them from being aware of the external world, from receiving other impressions, from living in the real world, and from breaking free from their obsession. 176. Many advertisements, urging us to be modern, portray what are basically images of aggressiveness, conquest, power, and violence. Then men and women are shown to be idyllically happy. 177. The first point that we can be sure of is that no philosophy of technique is possible. Nor is any technical culture, in spite of the great pretensions of some modern humanists. There can be no philosophy of technique because technique has nothing whatever to do with wisdom. It makes excessiveness finally possible. 178. A philosophy constructed in terms of the technique of 1950, for example that of Pierre-Maxime Schiele, has no value or meaning at all in 1980. 179. As we are disoriented, ill at ease, and anguished by the constant upheavals in the environment due to technique, we look for compensations, which usually take the form of escape. I am not referring to the extreme and simplistic escape in drugs or drink, but to escape in religion, in the irrational, which seems to us to be all the more necessary as the world becomes more dangerous and incomprehensible. Along these lines we may refer to the explosive quasi-religious beliefs which are appearing everywhere, the belief in parapsychology, the return to a narrow religious mysticism. 180. Freedom is not real unless the self comes up against a necessity or a group of necessities. The play between these two realities is what makes human existence possible. 181. This brings us under the radical judgment that if everything is possible then nothing is possible. Nothing is possible for the self because it is the object that is possible. As Castoriadis put it, absolute power is impotence. 182. The instant something appears to be possible, a new possibility appears, and finally these phantasmagoria follow one another in such rapid succession that it seems as if everything were possible, and this is exactly the final moment, the point at which the individual himself becomes a mirage. Technique, against which nothing can be done, which we have simply to obey, namely, technical growth. For in our society progress obviously means growth. In other words, there is no other possibility for us. 183. What happens when we discern that in this technical milieu the possibility is the necessity and the necessity is our only possibility? This is real absurdity. But it is an absurdity from which we cannot escape. 184. The first paradigm is the desire to normalize everything. This is an older trend, though it used to be no more than a trend. The need is to create norms for everything. 185. The second paradigm of unreason is the obsession with change at all costs. This is the popular form of the myth of progress. Once we are in an era of progress we can never rest. 186. As we see, people are constantly changing partners, television sets, personal property, cars, etc. There is no reason for it. Change imposes itself. Ideas change along with information. 187. The third paradigm of unreason is growth at all costs. We all know this obsession in all areas. Growth is thought to be good in itself. No one asks why, or for what, or whether it is useful, or who it serves, or what will be done with the excess. The lack of interest in such questions is a sign of unreason. growth is self-justified. 188. It was between 1970 and 1975 that we ought to have perceived the negative effects of economic growth and the excessive growth of the costs of this growth. Then came the report of the Club of Rome and the deregulation of the international monetary system, a beginning of wisdom. But as the crisis ended, this was swept away again and obsessional growth recommended. The human race has never given historical proof of the wisdom that is needed. We always want more, no matter what the damage or the costs. 189. We are sawing off the branch on which we are sitting, but we fail to see what we are doing. 190. Unfortunately, I agree with Bressand and Dissler that the law no longer has any place in the comprehensive technical system. In a socio-technical situation it is totally outdated. We have only to see how impotent are the laws passed against noise or for the protection of fragile areas or for the purifying of sewage. 191. Even if an agreement were signed, who would observe it? Who would supervise its observance? What sanctions could there be against a delinquent country if that country were the USSR, West Germany, or France? We have already seen the general inability to stop nuclear proliferation. Hence we can have little hope. Pollution will continue to develop at the pace of technical growth. Even third world countries that have grown wealthy through oil do not know how to use their wealth because they do not have adequate economic and political structures. 192. Islam, it has two fantastic weapons, the fanatical devotion of its suicide squads and the guilty conscience of public opinion in the West concerning it. 193. The mental has shown how inefficient is the agriculture that is making such headlong progress. In 1940 in the United States 150 kilocalories of corn per hectare required 124 kilocalories of energy, but in 1970, 526 kilocalories of energy were required to produce 250 kilocalories of corn per hectare. By encouraging small farmers to incur the considerable expense of follies like computers and cows, we are leading them into increasing debt and lack of control over their own vocation, since they will not be able to regulate the price of their products. 194. Today we live in anxiety and fear. Our technical milieu makes us afraid of sickness. We resort to the doctor sorcerer magus. We stuff ourselves with tranquilizers, hypnotics, analgesics. 195. The important issue here is that of human quality. We today do not know how to suffer. We cannot tolerate the slightest pain. We cannot mobilize our own resources to combat anxiety or fear. 196. The background noise is what is significant. The human word has no importance at all. 197. In my first studies of technique I noted two periods in its relation to economics. In the first period it was taken for granted that economic life was determinative. This is what provoked and permitted the development of techniques. The market and producers created a demand. Machines had to be made to meet their needs and to achieve the ends that accumulated capital made it possible to project. Industry controlled technique. The transition came as little by little commercial capital became industrial investment. Technique at this stage was subordinate, governed by economic growth. It simply followed. 198. But little by little, in what I see to be the second and last stage of the evolution, technique became more independent and autonomous. It first began to develop in many areas that were not economic. For example in the case of techniques that are useful in scientific research. Then it began to govern itself rather than responding to economic appeals or needs. It thus became multiform, complex, and rapidly changing, obeying its own imperatives. In other words, a technical innovation came about because the conjunction of 10, 20, or 50 other combined techniques made it possible. 199. Economic science became the mode of managing and incorporating all the possibilities of techniques in a harmonious whole. Yet between 1955 and 1975 I began to see a certain discrepancy in this picture. 200. I thus arrived at a new relation between technique and the economy. Although technique undoubtedly created values, it also caused much distortion between the various sectors of economic life. There were also so many technical innovations that it seemed impossible to put them all into practice in the form of goods for sale on the market. It was not that there was saturation. This has often been announced for one product or another, but it has never happened. The impression arose, however, that economic reality and economic science were being outstripped by the enormous proliferation, that they could not rationalize it into a coherent economic whole, that the liberal, Keynesian, and socialist models were all inadequate, and that the new ones which were trying to take all the facts into account were increasingly abstract and of relatively little use to a political economy. In other words, the relation between technique and the economy seemed to be changing. In its origin and creativity, technique was still autonomous, but its concrete results were much less assured. The economy was now serving as a buffer and limit for technical enterprises. As always, there was the possible and the impossible. But these were now measured by economic rather than technical capacity. Technical growth became a function of economic possibilities. This brought us to the fourth stage in the relation between technique and the economy, which I call the stage of the wisdom of political economics. 201. First, we have discovered that not everything is possible. Technique undoubtedly enables us to do this and that, but investment is needed which is of dubious profitability and which is so great as to make many projects impossible. Thus it is impossible to make the most complex and costly surgery available to everybody and at the same time indefinitely to create more hospital beds. It is not possible to multiply satellites and at the same time to guarantee help for victims in every area. I could give many more examples of choices that have to be made. For economic reasons, techniques are no longer indefinite creators of value. Technique is still the most important creative factor, but it is far from meeting all its own demands. 202. Space exploring. These gigantic expenditures have their origin solely in the demands of technique, its production and application. 203. I will state this time my agreement with the financial analysis of Bresand and Dissler when they show that finally there is no longer any financial substance. The sums themselves no longer count, but only networks and the flow of money. Money does not have to be saved anymore. It is made to circulate indefinitely, in the abstract. This means among other things that there can be no real financial regulation because, more and more, strategies of evasion are applied. 204. Increasingly, then, we cease to have a world in which money plays the classical role and one can differentiate the government of people from the administration of things. Henceforth, thanks to and because of technique, it is the creation, management, and syntax of networks that now offer to the world of business and government the real fields of action. An enterprise will now define itself as an intersection of networks. Thus we no longer have a vertical or horizontal integration of businesses but a system of networks, which makes possible the complex creation of transnational corporations. This applies in the sphere of production, in the modes of access to multiple techniques, as well as in financing. The concept of the network is often used in large firms. 205. Previously we needed a normal economic stability, with some controlled instability. When instability became widespread, we called it a crisis. But today we have come to consider as normal the widespread instability of the constantly shifting flow, and the need for stability is abnormal, since stability contradicts the brilliant march of techniques. 206. Kondratiev and Schumpeter. The essential thesis of the latter has resurfaced today, namely, that technical progress is the main dynamic factor in economic development, but that it is a destabilizing factor by reason of its timing. its rapid spread, and its many disruptive applications. All the big technical innovations call into question whole sectors of traditional economic activity. New materials displace the older textiles and steel. The arrival of new products explains some of the stagnation from 1970 to 1980. Replacements do not occur without crises. Furthermore, for some new products, for example electronics, there is at first a great demand for labor, but then with innovations, the fruit of an accumulation of knowledge in various disciplines, there is a tendency to economize on labor, and revolutions take place in specific sectors. The introduction of a new technique in an expanding system of production also causes structural crises of adaptation. 207. When meeting a man who had driven 100 kilometers per hour, in 1928, and cut 15 minutes off some journey, I asked him what he had done with the 15 minutes that he had saved. He looked at me with astonishment. 208. The truth is that going fast has become a value on its own, as is now acknowledged. What we have here on press, as P. Morand so well describes him, but not really pressed by anything. 209. Experience shows that the more time we save, the less we have. 210. The faster we go, the more harassed we are. What use is it? Fundamentally, none. I know that I will be told that we need to have all these means at our disposal and to go as fast as we can because modern life is harried. But there is a mistake here, for modern life is harried just because we have the telephone, the telex, the plane, etc. Without these devices it would be no more harried than it was a century ago when we could all walk at the same pace. You are denying progress then? Not at all. What I am denying is that this is progress. 211. What is the use of this immense mobilization of intelligence, money, means, and energies? Of what use in truth? The immediate utility is plain enough. Dishwashers and robots save us time. It always comes back to that. 212. The quest for happiness was thus an individual matter, a matter of culture, spirituality, asceticism, and choice of lifestyle. But for the last 2 centuries we have had their technical means to put happiness within the reach of all. Yet this is not, of course, the same thing. Happiness now consists of meeting needs, assuring well-being, gaining wealth and also culture and knowledge. It is not an inner state but an act of consumption. Above all, it is a response to needs. 213. The difference from past centuries is that then, if there was famine, people had to accept it as fate and do the best they could to survive, but today famine, or the existence of the fourth world, is a scandal that we must immediately halt. 214. E. Morin rightly says that the progress of technical and industrial development is the constant creation of new needs. In other words, it transforms and extends our notion of well-being. 215. Sometimes the needs seem to have been dormant for a long time. Thus 15,000 French couples asked for in vitro fertilization. The need could not be there before the operation was possible, but from that moment there was an explosion of desire. 216. What do I mean by gadgets? In this context I am referring to mechanical or electrical objects which are amusing or entertaining and which we can take up or leave as we please. 217. But a second feature is that the result of these efforts and skills does not correspond to any real need. By the very nature of a gadget, its utility is totally out of proportion to the considerable investment that it involves. Its services are completely out of step with the prodigious technical refinement of its conception. In other words, it entails an application of high-tech for almost zero utility. 218. We have quartz watches, which will not break down, which tell us the exact time without varying more than a second in a year. What good are they? Will they get us to meetings exactly on time? Will they help us to get up in the morning more easily? Will meetings we attend end precisely at the time announced? Not at all. These watches are no use whatever except perhaps for navigators, to plot their position. What is more, they also come with remarkable extra features which might waken us up to a charming melody or enable us to do astonishing calculations. 219. What use is a car that can cruise at 125 miles per hour? All highways have speed limits. There is also no doubt, in spite of all the debate, that fatal accidents are due to speed. The numbers prove the scandalous state of our lack of discipline. How long will the slaughter go on? Speed is active violence. Faster, faster, but where to, and why? We have full scientific certainty. A study by an Organization for National Safety on the highways shows that the number of victims seriously hurt grows 6% for every extra 6 miles per hour. An American study shows a 47% increase when the speed is raised from 39 to 70 miles per hour. A Swedish study of 28,000 accidents shows an exponential increase of risk with increased speed, with twice as many accidents 220. For an added 17 miles per hour. It is thus idiotic to make more powerful cars. But prestige is what counts. Also foreign sales. And above all, progress, technical progress. 221. If we pause for a moment to reflect, we realize that none of these objects is of the slightest use. Yet they are bought enthusiastically. Publicity undoubtedly plays a part here. Each gadget has its own advertising campaign. 222. Those who do not have pocket calculators or radio-controlled cars or video recorders are wretched folk whom one can neglect and despise. 223. J. Narinkon. The Third Industrial Revolution or the Invention of What is Useless, in which he shows clearly that the more we advance, especially in computers, the more we invent and create what is useless. 224. My point is that their value is small compared to the investment of intelligence, skill, money, and labor that goes into their creation. 225. There is a mania for exploits, for technical success, which has remained the same ever since I formulated the principle that whatever technique can do, it has to do. There is also the need for prestige. 226. Technique makes possible a certain development in science without our really knowing whether the new knowledge makes sense. 227. We need to distinguish between an acceptable use by engineers and a totally superfluous, absurd, snobbish use in which the computer is merely a gadget. 228. Technique has historically gone along with centralization and the concentration of power. Without automobiles, planes, and loudspeakers, said Hitler in October 1935, we could not have taken over Germany. 229. The computer is not a means that can be used in the service of new social ends. 25. 230. People who are deluged by information become incapable of making decisions. An excess of information and parameters results in total paralysis of the process of decision. 231. We are advancing like the blind in the direction demanded by technique but also decided by politicians. It is the IATA who have formed an image of the society to come, inevitably, and who are imposing the computer everywhere so as not to be left behind in the race. 232. Abundance creates disorientation. No place is left for the practical logic of exchange of information. No one can use this model. It rests on the substitution of technical rationality for social and moral rationality. The information offered is virtually credible but never true. 233. The systems also allow anonymous conversations about trivialities, in which people can adopt false identities and engage in fictitious dialogues, in which anything is possible with no sanctions or social reprobation, in which they can express themselves freely, but express what? And in which they can form groups, asking every member to pass on a daily message. These are mere games, but they are a substitute for human relations and in fact denote a basic loneliness and the boredom of having exhausted every experience. 234. Kids at computing and programming, are these children geniuses? Have they special gifts? No, there are too many of them. The proliferation of children who can reach the heights of computer creation brings to light a basic feature of the computer itself: it is infantile. 235. Nering concludes that the greatest danger of the computer is ideological. The less comprehensible it is, the more extravagant the statements to which it gives rise. In particular, it supposedly liberates us from the constraints of energy, reversing entropy. This idea rests on a confusion which Nering analyzes in detail. By giving pure computer information to a closed system, we do not diminish entropy. The real truth is simply that we can get spectacularly better energy performance by the computer. A computer linked to a network of electrical distribution can avoid the loss of power by better transit planning. This is valuable, and the computer is a remarkable tool in constructing a technical system at a low rate of entropy growth. 236. Nering describes this new technical revolution in the invention of the useless. It is not driven by any immediate necessity or express need but by the automatic process of technical growth and by the ideology which Nering calls the technical illusion, the climax of expectations which have not been met by promises of a society of abundance. Lacking abundance of food, we will have a superabundance of the empty nourishment of information. 237. It has often been said that our Western society is a society of waste. To me this seems obvious. But it is often attributed to the excess products at our disposal, to poor economic management, and at times to administrative or political decisions. All these things, of course, play a part in waste. The root of the matter, however, is that waste is the ineluctable consequence of the technical system that is in constant development. Technique has to produce all that it can. 238. All the world knows that we eat too much in the West. We are gluttons. Normal consumption would be 2,400 calories, but the average in France is 3,500 and in the USA 4,500. What we have here is double waste, too much eating of fat, sugar, and meat on the one hand, and the waste of caring for illnesses due to excess on the other hand, liver, arteriosclerosis, etc. Raising the proportion of lipids by 10% translates into 15% more sickness and a 2.5% increase in mortality. 239. There is now a mania to have higher indoor temperature in winter, 20 to 25 degrees C, 68 to 77 degrees F. As we have proved from 50 years of experience, without any discomfort we can live with temperatures of 15 to 18 degrees C, 59 to 66 degrees F. The excess heating is pure waste. But we have to use the electricity which is produced. 240. Another form of waste relates to the rapid obsolescence of our machines. How can we use an older car, or an outdated heater, with no replacement parts available, or black and white television, or a record player that is not hi-fi? Where do we think we are? In Neanderthal caves, no less. 241. At root what Iriban has called the cycle of the better, the more expensive it is, the better it is. The more recent it is, the better it is. In food, clothes, hygiene, or care, the infinite cycle which pushes up normal usage is almost solely responsible for the waste that we see. 242. Concorde, from 1985 a seat cost more than twice a seat on other planes, 26,000 francs instead of 12,000. Passengers had to ask whether their time was worth 3,500 francs an hour. There were in fact few passengers, and each flight was a loss for Air France. The expected clients did not materialize, 4 more planes were built and Air France was forced to buy them, with an equivalent number for Great Britain. In other words, Concorde was a financial disaster from every standpoint, whether construction, profitability, or marketing. Technique had made possible the building of an extraordinary machine that was beyond our social and economic capacity. Taxpayers had to make up the loss incurred by each flight. 243. Whom would we hold responsible? The scientists who were there at the beginning? But they do only theoretical studies. The upper-level technicians who do the practical studies and planning? But they simply make proposals. The experts who examine the plans? But they only give advice. The politicians who decide to carry them out? But they know nothing about technical questions and simply rely very reasonably on the labors of the technicians. The civil servants who see to the execution of the plans? But they only obey the politicians. The other technicians and supervisors who do the work? But they simply carry out the plans of others. No one at all is responsible for anything. We are in the same situation of not being able to fix blame as at the Nuremberg trials. No one was responsible for the massacres at the concentration camps. 244. First, politicians are responsible. Politicians and administrators must be made personally responsible for what they decide and do. 245. In various ways all those who help to make the decision must be held responsible for it. 246. Everyone laments the widespread irresponsibility of society today. To fight against it we must begin at the top, where the rot starts. 247. Productivity is the final goal. Productivity justifies the costs, the apparently unreasonable investment. Productivity is the hope of technical culture, of its rationality, of the scientific and technical pursuit. But this is the bluff, as we shall try to show. We have here a typical example of the scientization of politics, and their politicizing of science. 248. The state is the prisoner of the technique that it thinks it directs. 249. More and more, technique is at stake. All other stakes are false. There is no real political, economic, or scientific stake. The pseudo-stakes that are supposed to decide the fate of France are all shams. 250. The human role is that of the intelligent coordinator who controls good functioning. But how many directors of networks, or coordinators, are needed? And what about the rest? 251. Research cannot engender productivity. Productivity may result from other things besides technique. It is false, finally, that productivity responds to human needs and carries within itself the solution to the crisis. Let us look first at the complex combination of technique, research and development, and productivity. It is important to note that contrary to the general idea and uncontested dogma, it is not countries that have devoted most money to scientific and technical research that have the highest rate of productivity. 252. Thus productivity and development are not linked directly to research. Sometimes the very opposite is the case. Being ahead in innovation is not necessarily an advantage. 253. The growth of Japan after 1955 have nothing whatever to do with investment in research. Japan simply exploited discoveries made elsewhere, especially in the USA. It secured the licenses for what it regarded as important patents. After 1980 Japan then began to invest heavily in research and development, with many patents and technical innovations. But at the same time we also note a decline in productivity. 254. It is thus pure ideology to associate technical progress and economic development by way of production. 255. The vital element in productivity is the qualification and motivation of the labor force. 256. It is wrong to believe that unemployment will be solved by higher productivity and the resultant economic growth. 257. It seems that in the choice between building a new factory equipped with robots and gradually automating an older one, robots are at a disadvantage. In fact, the installation of robots in an existing factory is hampered by the interdependence of techniques. A robot requires a whole series of related equipment. 258. Technique, by its own development, can increase productivity and yet at the same time diminish the positive economic benefit. 259. Our technical society, says Ellul, is like a top which can stand on its point only in virtue of its speed. 260. We run into the problem of useless work, but no matter what the consequences, we must keep the top spinning and increase productivity, even for destruction. 261. Our industrial or post-industrial organization and technical or computerized society are not for the purpose of creating consumers' goods or enhancing human life and well-being but solely for the producing of profit. Solely. All else is pretext, means, and justification. Marx demonstrated this in the case of capitalism, but it is equally true of socialist society as we actually know it. Real productivity is solely for the purpose of profit. 262. Efficient modern techniques may exist which have useful qualities, for example not polluting, but they never see the light of day because the big economic and financial groups choose other techniques which, they think, will bring more profits. 263. Even if technique continues to progress, this does not mean that it has no limits. Growth has an upper limit, which in the case of technique is fixed by the coefficient of efficiency. 264. Technique, too, is subject to the law of diminishing returns. Furthermore, by its own development it contributes to the diminishing of economic returns. 265. The growth of waste, of technical aberrations, of adverse effects, of slowness in the transition from innovation to application, and of subtracted values reflects the global reach of technique and leads inevitably to a lowering of productivity. 266. A further point is that the more technique develops, the more, as we have seen, it specializes. Every new solution is better, in general, in a narrower field of application than the technique that it replaces. It may be more efficient but it applies in a narrower economic sector. 267. The greater the increase of technical power, the greater the entropy of the complex system that we might for a moment regard as a closed system. It is certainly a total illusion to think that the computer, as information, can play the role of negentropy and reverse the process. 268. What produces enthusiasm for computers is not that they are useful and efficient but that they give the illusion of being intelligent. 269. We must begin by recalling a question that I dealt with a long time ago. When someone says that people can and should master and handle technique as they wish, my simple question is, what people? People in themselves? They do not exist. You and I and average citizens? I can refuse to have a telephone or a video recorder. But what does that change? Politicians? They know nothing and can do nothing. The upper class? This has power in its own domain but not over technique. Technicians? They, too, are limited to their own sphere, and their interest is to apply and perfect their technique as best they can. The technostructure comes into play here. The application of technique enhances the social and financial status of technicians, and this leads them to further applications of their technique. Finally, scientists. But often scientists do not know what will be the technical consequences of their discoveries. Remember Einstein, and their passionate interest in scientific research prevents them from exercising self-restraint. Therefore, no one. 270. Contrary to what a simplistic judgment might suppose, It is the most educated people with the most developed personalities who are the most fascinated. 271. Those who are most susceptible to propaganda and advertising are the intellectuals, while the hardest to reach and to budge are those who are rooted in traditions, whose ideas are fixed, who live in a relatively stable environment, like farmers up to the 1950s, or who are in structured relations, like members of unions. 272. Those who are fascinated by technique are the intellectuals, the technicians, the scientists, the upper classes, the journalists, the various shapers of public opinion, the artists, the priests and pastors, when they want the church to change and to adjust to modern tastes, the responsible economists, bankers, etc. The professors, who have suffered enough from being told that their teaching is worthless, and the high-level administrators. These are the ones who are fascinated and who show no critical spirit, or who, when they believe, like many artists, that they are engaging in violent criticism of our society, fail to see that they are simply reproducing in a kind of parody the technical world itself with all its perversity, thus strengthening the perverse effects and in so doing reinforcing the myth. 273. Now the ideal is Japan because Japan also seems to have solved social problems thanks to fabulous technical progress. 274. No effort is made to find out whether the information serves any useful purpose, whether it makes any sense, whether it is worth broadcasting. The important thing is that the information is there and that it is transmitted well. The millions of artificial data received each day are completely incoherent. 275. The multiplying of information is not without negative effects. A study in Japan, 1975, shows that 90% of the information produced is not used at all even though very efficient means of distributing it are available. Our society has reached saturation point. 276. Chernobyl does not cause us to question our nuclear program. The only problem is knowing where the cloud is going. 277. Excess of information goes hand in hand with a culture of forgetting. The mass of information produces a blind life with no possible roots or continuity. 278. The third trait that results from this obsessional information is that we become exclusive consumers. 279. We become consumers because what ought to produce our initiative is inhibited by excess of information. Consumers are not the decision makers. The decision makers are not those who pay. Those who pay are not consumers. Information leads to obligatory consumption in the same way as suburban living leads to the obligatory use of the automobile. 280. Educated as they are, consumers constantly want more. It is only thus that they feel they are alive. They swallow the information even though they later disgorge it and seek something new, as they also seek every technical innovation that is presented as indispensable and redemptive. 281. A veritable law of our society, the more the number and power of means of intervention increase, the more the aptitude and ability and will to intervene diminishes. We think that we live in a society that is open to conception, but in reality I think that an apter way of viewing our society would be as a society of contraception. 8. Information is the main carrier of contraception. 282. The medium is the message, or massage message. What this really means is that television has no message apart from itself. It does not transmit anything, whether information, thought, or artistic creation. It is itself the message. What it implants in us as message is itself. The pictures that it presents have no meaning. This is why they must be short and striking. Dancing is more televisual than yoga, a papal visit than meditation, war than peace, violence than non-violence, the shouting of a charismatic leader than reflection that expresses ideas, conflict and competition than cooperation. Ecology does not go over well on television. Non-messages go over best. All that remains is a general haze out of which only the screen itself emerges. We are given no information about reality. 283. Television does not communicate information. Information communicates television. 284. D. Boards has something else in view. His point is that the media are transforming real life, politics, wars, economic problems, into mere shows. For us as viewers, the real is a picture and a show. Our own lives become shows. 285. J. Pivoto saw where it all begins. Television is a screen between us and reality. Viewers think of television as the screen on which reality projects itself. The sense of immediacy, of being present, means that we are there at a bombardment or an accident. Television plays with reality. Between us and life it sets up a screen on which shadows act. But we take the shadows for the reality. This leads us to equate all reality with these shadows on a screen. 286. Disinformation results from confusion between reality and image, pivoto. 287. A little experiment is very significant in this regard. Enable the inhabitants of a large complex to televise programs that their neighbors can see, not special programs, but scenes from everyday life, and immediately people who are completely indifferent to their neighbors will become passionately interested in what appears on the screen. Interest is aroused only when something is on television. 288. If something has been filmed and is put on the screen, then it is important and interesting. What counts is not what is seen spontaneously, but what we are given to see. 289. When I meet a beggar or one of the unemployed, I look at this person in the same superficial and disembodied way as I do at the living skeletons in the third world that television shows me from time to time. 290. It is not by chance that the idea of engagement in politics came to light at the same time as television. It is a direct product of television. Politics is given the status of reality, whereas daily life and interhuman relations are scorned and ridiculed. Along with the ridiculing of charity, sexual liberation and the abandoning of all morality are signs of detachment from reality. I realize that cultural and scientific broadcasts will be adduced in response. But in fact these programs obey the essential law of television. They must go quickly, not give long explanations, contain dramatic turns of events, dramatize. The setting and encounters are the important thing. 291. Undoubtedly, there are messages. This is what is so dangerous. For these are not messages that can be conceptualized. They are subliminal, according to the thesis of Breton. Television acts less by the creation of clear notions and precise opinions and more by enveloping us in a haze. We must certainly not overrate the importance of the subliminal. We must not think that a film or clip can have a kind of magical effect, that it can introduce into the subconscious an image which will have determinative effects. That is clearly not the point. As Jacques Ellul says, there is less and less talk and more manipulation. Electronics can greatly alter the picture and take away any message. Television puts us in a world of falsehood, trickery, and deception, for example singers with their wooden microphones. We should read the pages of Jacques Ellul's remarkable work Logique audiovisuelle. But given the power of pictures to shock and to create impressions, and this is the only truth in the saying that one picture is worth 1,000 words, when thousands of pictures are forced upon us, upon our subconscious, and all with the same basic message, this power finally becomes a determinative component of our attitudes and opinions. 292. Every television show must have one or the other. It seems that no show can be put on without a couple making love or a fight or a murder or a science fiction monster. 293. When people argue that the television industry is simply responding to the public taste and demand, they forget to add that this demand is the creation of television. 294. Television is responsible from the kind of general mental climate of which violence and eroticism are a part. 295. The more we spend on increasing the number of channels, the less we spend on basic research and artistic creation. The statement to which I just referred is quite plain. We have to make the public consume more images. There is no real public demand. This is the work of technicians on the one side and the organizers of society on the other. We constantly find them talking about having to. This kind of talk is by no means innocent. 296. The reference to a need of images is a falsehood. People are being plunged into an artificial world which will cause them to lose their sense of reality and to abandon their search for truth. 297. There is no need for the heavy apparatus of Orwell's 1984 or the subtle biological manipulations of Huxley's Brave New World. It is enough to put people in a fictitious world. 298. In 1986 D.L. Rama asked 20 families to do without television for a month. The inquiry was strict. T.L. Rama even took away the sets. Naturally, the effect was a shock. Suddenly, there was so much empty time. When there is time to spare, it is so easy to turn on the set and take what is available. The experience of empty time which we have to fill on our own by conversation, by relations with other people, by reflection, or by reading, has become a traumatic one for our generation. These people were suddenly confronted by an inner void. They had nothing to say to other people. The details of daily life were not interesting. They themselves were empty. It is this existential void that has been, throughout human history, the driving force behind all cultural and social creating. 299. The results of the experiment were conclusive. The families became marginal in their neighborhood, but within the month they had a feeling of freedom and holiday. 18. 300. Children are in fact fascinated by television. They live in it and are shaped by it. They demand this drug. One of the subjects of the experiment stated honestly, "Without television, I do not exist." 301. An English sociologist quoted in the inquiry showed that 5 years are needed to suppress the reflexes caused by television and to restore earlier cultural habits. 302. In conclusion, I will quote F. Fellini's remarkable analysis: television has mutilated our capacity for solitude. It has violated our most intimate, private, and secret dimension. Enslaved by an invading ritual, we fix our gaze on a bright screen which casts up billions of things that annul one another in a dizzying spiral. Peace comes only when we turn it off. At 11 o'clock or midnight, great fatigue descends upon us. We go to bed with an uneasy conscience, and in the night, with closed eyes, we try to renew, like a broken thread, the inner silence that was ours. 20. 303. Telematics: are these new media wanted by the public? Or by those who want to express themselves? And are these representatives? Or are they imposed by technicians, financiers, or the state? If they are imposed, for what purpose? For information? For pluralism? For money? To serve the public or to serve political or financial groups? In no study have I found even an outline of answers to these questions. 304. Holtz-Bonneau asks such questions, but I am not sure that we can follow her suggested answers. In fact, telematics involves a reorganization of all that can be expressed and therefore of all discourse that can deal with meaning. The telematics revolution carries with it a linguistic revolution. Thought is trapped in the net of new language that gives form to the system of an inner emptiness with no existential significance or claim or history. 25. 305. I will simply quote Myra Bale to the effect that the widespread use of the computer raises the problem of our very identity. In this new mode of culture and communication, our only real identity is administrative. Linking society by telematics results in a leveling out of differences. 306. P. Lemoyne finds in the identity crisis one of the main cultural effects of computerization. 29. 307. A further point is that words are typically misused when there is said to be community between people who do not meet and who communicate only by teleconference with the help of computers. It is sheer bluff to talk about fellowship or community in such circumstances. It is audacious to say that teleconferences are the same as clubs or societies or bistros or salons. 308. R. Klatzmann points out. Klatzmann is right to talk about electronic nomads. 309. Pivot noted in the case of television, that in order not to seem dispossessed, people deify the technical device. It is universal and spectacular. It defies my attempts to master it. It performs what would usually be called miracles. To a large extent it is incomprehensible. It is thus God. We are justified if we give up any attempts to control it and simply ask for its services. The true gods today are not economic but technical, and they take their most direct form in television and telematics. This is in keeping with absolute fascination. 310. Audiovisual advertising has become a means of cultural expression with its own code, language, and rights. It is the emergence of the consumer society. 4. 311. Advertising now has a new status. This change has entailed a modification of methods. It is not so much a matter of motivating people to buy products, or creating new needs, or making people into consumers. These are still objectives, but it is not by such means that advertising now functions. If one considers technique or system or milieu or nature, then to make people buy what is offered they must be integrated into the system and made parts of the whole. There must not be the technical world on the one side and on the other the individuals who are to buy its products. As individuals are already part of the system as creators and producers, they must also be integrated into it as consumers. 312. It is advertising which even in the farming community makes people buy computers, electric milking machines, huge tractors, and other complicated farming equipment, with the result, as we have seen, of disastrous overproduction. Farmers resist propaganda and advertising, so they had first to be integrated into the technical system and then they could be convinced that they no longer wanted to be backward but must buy for their farms the most modern equipment. 313. The public has to understand. They have not only to be shown how to work washing machines, etc., but must also be acclimated to the necessity of technical progress and of the exchanging of an older model for a new one. But the demonstration or explanation must not be boring. It must not clutter the brains of buyers or lose their attention. Advertising that explains too much misses the mark. 314. Car advertisements, a simple example, though not pertinent to my project, might be that of youth, the joy of water sports, the beauty of a young couple. Here is a desirable world, and what completes it is the tonic drink which symbolizes youth. The more serious and profound result, however, is that by innumerable sequences there is integration into the technical world either by direct pictures of technical situations or by an appeal to the advantages of some technical product. The technical world itself is often related to nature. The great aspiration of people today is to be on a beach and to watch television by the ocean. 315. Automobiles always cause a stir. We have to see Formula I races and rallies and all-terrain events, culminating with the infamous race from Paris to Dakar. 316. Only technical images are evocative enough to tempt buyers whose minds are filled with space concepts and images. 317. The technical object influences television, for example, which in turn influences viewers in favor of the technical object. This is true even when we do not have commercials, for example, when there are programs on space or on Formula I races. These are all hymns of praise to technique. Technique gives the televised program a dynamics, a power that fascinates us. I recall a striking formula on the occasion of a space launching: space is business, but it is also a spectacle. Diversions. 318. With diversions we take a giant stride along the path of abstraction and addiction by means of the technical society and fascination. We are referring to diversions not just in the sense of amusement but in the sense of Pascal, being diverted from thinking about ourselves and our human condition, and also from our high aspirations, from the meaning of life, and from loftier goals. People have a secret instinct driving them to seek external diversion, which includes war and algebra for Pascal, so that it is very different from amusement and occupation, and this is the result of their constant sense of wretchedness. 1. 319. Man is so vain that, though he has 1,001 basic reasons for being bored, the slightest thing, like pushing a ball with a billiard cue, will be enough to divert him. However sad a man may be, if you can persuade him to take up some diversion he will be happy while it lasts, and however happy a man may be, if he lacks diversion, he will soon be depressed and unhappy. 320. Leave a king entirely alone, with no diversion, with complete leisure to think about himself, and you will see that a king without diversion is a very wretched man. All the major forms of diversion are dangerous for the Christian life. Man is obviously made for thinking. Therein lies all his dignity and his merit, and his whole duty is to think as he ought. Anyone who does not see the vanity of the world is very vain himself. So who does not see it, apart from young people whose lives are all noise, diversions, and thoughts for the future? But take away their diversion and you will see them bored to extinction. Then they feel their nullity without recognizing it. Being unable to cure death, wretchedness and ignorance, men have decided, in order to be happy, not to think about such things. It is easier to begin death when one is not thinking about it than the idea of death when there is no danger. We run heedlessly into the abyss after putting something in front of us to stop us seeing it. Such distractions, then, divert us from existential and essential truths and realities. 321. But also involved is an element of dissipation. Pascal noted plainly that one diversion quickly has to replace another. We jump endlessly from diversion to diversion without stopping, without stepping aside, without realizing what we are doing. We have to fly off all directions. And thanks to technique our society has now made this possible for the first time in history. In Pascal's day the diversions which he referred were those of the rich and powerful. The middle class and the peasantry had no part in them except at special festival. 322. Things that are only diversions are declared by the authorities and the media to be an enhancement of freedom. 323. People's attention must be fixed on winning $10,000 or $100,000 or more either by pure chance or by guessing the qualities of a horse or vehicle. When they are excited about this they will not think about anything else. Thanks to the multiplying of the number of games, they are excited about it every day. Every day there are bets to make and results to await on television. Why should they be interested in anything else if they might become millionaires this very evening? 324. One of the main points of playing games is that they create a social bond. But if you play with a computer you are alone again. The essential vice of all electronic games, including war games, is that you are alone with the machine. 325. I am firmly convinced that the whole system of technical games and amusements and distractions is one of the most dangerous factors for tomorrow's people and society. It leads us into an unreal world, and since we have here a passion or fascination. 326. Do we want democracy? Then we should begin by stopping all television and computer games. This is not to take into account the effects recognized by specialists. Video games, they tell us, accentuate the taste for power, for machismo. for aggression, for manipulation. The machine becomes the child's only friend, invading its personality and shutting it up in a world that has no contact with reality. In the end, the young will have only a negative vision of society, a vision of losers. The object of these games is to destroy, and the action in them is accompanied by violent explosions which induce violent behavior. Even non-violent games like Pac-Man keep those who play them in paranoid tension and cause real neurotic stress. 8. 327. I would say quite plainly that the greatest threat to Western society today is not communism or Americanism or the economic crisis or drugs or alcoholism or resurgent racism, but our absorption in games and the 328. Softening, degradation, disengagement, escapism, and loss of meaning that come in and through games. 329. Well and good, but what becomes of sport when it is technicized and made a spectacle in this way? First, we have a transition to total professionalism. Professionalism may not be new, but given the enormous financial stakes it is becoming exclusive. Sport used to be play. People engaged in it when not at work. Little by little professionalism has gained ground. Today the only true sport is professional. 330. But what does a match prove today? Simply that the winning club has been able to find the best players on the market by paying the most for them. 331. Sport is so important that the President of France had to postpone a speech that he had to make in order to allow the citizens to watch European Cup matches on television. 332. Car Storiades, l'institution imaginaire de la société. To the degree that fantasy is instituted, if it is hypnotized, fascinated, diverted, and vitiated by shows, denuded of any meaning of its own, robbed of finality, stripped of value, creating nothing, purely passive, fed on merchandise, the whole society which results can be nothing but dust and smoke dispersed as quickly as the exciting but insignificant image of sport. It is ultimately of little importance that sport has become an instrument of big money. We need to expose and denounce the mystifying mythology of sport, which for the benefit of big investors has become a travesty of circus games. The automobile. 333. The automobile is the great symbol of diversion and the associated emptying out of reality and truth. It signifies both being somewhere else and being outside oneself, making infamous brutes of fine people who are good parents or spouses. 334. The automobile is thus the most perfect symbol of the technical society, and in buying it we are really buying a nexus of social symbols. It combines utility and futility, evasion and fatality, being elsewhere and finally meeting death. 335. The principle is always that to reduce the use of automobiles is to mount an attack on freedom. Car owners and motorcyclists are the most important lobby or pressure group in Western countries. The state is totally powerless against them. In the construction of roads and highways they have forced the state to come out decisively and, I believe, irreversibly in favor of the car over public transport. 336. The car ensures social integration. Its absence arouses suspicion, rejection by the dominant society. The right to drive is an initiation rite. The car symbolizes access to adult sexuality and the marvels of modern life. It guarantees our being in touch with progress. It enables drivers to surpass themselves. 337. When they drive, they are no longer conscious of limitations. I would almost say with Scardigli that it gives us access, or enables us to return, to paradise lost. It can compensate for all the frustrations of a society like ours and make us think that we have a part in personal, autonomous development. The day when we finally break loose we put a tiger in the tank, we roar, and we rush upon our prey. But the highway is cluttered. Our speed drops to 5 even though it is 120 in our head. Thus the vehicle that was going to take us out of the crowds puts us back in them. B. Charbonneau. 338. In developed countries 15 to 20% of the gross national product is devoted to transport. In France we work 1 hour out of 7 to pay for transport, or 1 hour out of 5 if we have a car. According to EEC statistics, in France one must work 1,317 hours a year for one's car. Some have scoffed at these figures and at those of J.P. Dupin and P. de Raban, who in an inquiry into the true speed of cars prove that it is just as fast to go by a bicycle as by a Porsche. It is wrong to mock such statistics, for this is in fact the reality. 339. But the weight and coherence of technological discourse prevent us from believing it. 340. If we had just a little awareness and freedom, we would challenge the automobile. But to take note of the harm done by progress is to begin to question the very foundations of our society and to hasten the transition to a different model of social life. Contesting the automobile is going terribly far. It is going against the opinion of fascinated humanity. 341. Art. This art completes the panoply of dehumanization and fascination whereby what was for centuries the supreme human activity has now become the most vicious and externally the most grotesque of snares. 342. Art. I call it mechanistic art because as a whole it either depends on technique or is provoked or induced by it. 343. I must now state as firmly as I can that technological marvels do not suffice for artistic creation and that the techno-sciences are not precursors of the arts. 344. Those who constantly listen to music are abstracted from reality and are strangers to those around them, living on a solitary island and refusing all communication. 345. The serious warning here is that a refusal to listen to silence is a refusal to meet oneself or others. 346. At the source of rock is a movement which does not believe in the industrial society. It arises on the fringe. There is in this intense and frenetic music a Dionysiac ferment, a panic. Strong stimulation is given to the ferment of rebellion in all adolescence. 347. The thrust of the movement is either to violence or to dandyism. What a system of mass culture has to do in the cultural industry of the song business, however, is to restrict the Dionysiac tendency without destroying it, since it is that which sells, snuffing out the latent element of rebellion, eliminating the explosive tendencies and social explosiveness but keeping the appearance and sound of them. Rock shows are exercises in sociological domestication, in the integration of all groups into a star system, in the acclimating of rock's original savage force. 348. It has been verified that excess noise generally weakens the cerebral faculties. But at the same time the organism grows accustomed to noise and ends up by needing it. 349. I am interested in this statement, my culture is Mickey. Here at last we hear the truth. The cultural level of educated France is that of cartoons designed for children of 8. 350. As Marx showed, alienation leads to religion. Humanity, when diverted, also becomes religious. The star system has been functioning for a long time. In the entertainment world the star becomes the idol in the primary sense, the absolute, transcendent image, a veritable Allah. 351. What would Pascal, Mozart, Beethoven, Lautréamont, or Baudelaire have been without their maladies? But medicine is part of our enormous technical arsenal of collective modern diversion away from the self. 352. The discourse of technique, or technology in the strict sense, and my point is that this discourse is terrorist. But I must also explain my use of the word terrorism. I am not using it here in the literal sense which would relate terrorist to those who set off bombs. I am recalling instead the usage around 1968 when a professor might be called a terrorist because his status enabled him to influence his students with lectures which no one could contest, or when teaching the mother tongue was terrorist because, along with the language, images and symbols and judgments were impressed upon the minds of children that they could never cast off, so that they were not allowed to develop freely. 353. It is in this abstract sense of molding the unconscious with no possibility of resistance that I am adopting the word terrorism in this context. 354. In a different ideological context we, too, must go with the flow of history. But we are well aware that when we do this we are scientifically determined. Do not forget that Marxism was regarded as the science of sciences. Today technologism is. The ineluctable outcome is dictatorship and terrorism. I am not saying that the governments that choose this as the flow of history will reproduce Soviet terrorism. Not at all. But they will certainly engage in an ideological terrorism. 355. Intelligence, linked to mathematics, is absolutely essential in our society. But it is no longer the intelligence of the humanities, of human beings as such. It is the intelligence that cooperates with the robot and that is modeled on artificial intelligence. 356. Those who are not in or linked are treated with sovereign disdain and pity. 357. This is why I talk of terrorism. All children must now learn to use computers. They are shaped by them and adapted to them. This adaptation will one day go so far that orthography itself will have to be changed to fit computers. The computer will mediate all things intellectual and the whole intellectual formation of the child. 358. But the modern methods of instruction, audiovisual, telecommunications, computer-assisted instruction, all imply the domination of images over writing or speech. 359. What I want to make plain is that we have here as terrorist a system of education as there can possibly be. For young people have no escape, even less so because it is all presented as a game. 360. What is more ideal than to learn by playing? This plan of educating all children by computer was envisioned by Giscard. 361. When certain programs are assiduously watched, behavior can change, but not basic attitudes. This proves that television acts more by structure than by content. Nothing conscious or intelligent can be gained by means of it. 362. There is complicity on the part of the public. Being badly informed, that goes without saying. The public is full of admiration for all that modern means can do and blinded by their obvious achievements. There can be no discussion with the man who walked on the moon or with the robot. We are struck dumb by such marvels. Because they are spectacular, all the techniques have become obvious. Evidence of this kind cannot be questioned. This is why the terrorism can be in a velvet glove. It rests on advance evidence. 363. The Church can express an opinion on the moral plane, for example, in matters of in vitro fertilization or the freezing of embryos or surrogate motherhood. But never must it meddle in basic matters. 364. Thanks to research and development we are entering an age of economic plenty. The wealthier we become, the more we can help others to become wealthy. The search for wealth is a good thing. Economic development is giving us a new gospel. All economic creation becomes a matter of human relations, that is, of religion. We are entering a world of creation in which individuals and groups are not enemies any longer but must have relations of trust. This is a fiduciary world based on a recognition of others and confidence in them. The rate of trust will grow with that of the gross national product. What are being created are no longer relations of competition but of partnership. The new gospel is that of wealth, trust, and a decline of power. 365. This society is inevitable and we are thus preparing young people to enter it, to find a place and a job in it. This is the terrorist argument, as we have said. What seems not to be considered is that this society is not inevitable. By preparing people to enter it, by giving them no other aim than to be competent in it, by creating among them a frantic need to work on technique, by soaking them in the knowledge and coherent practices of this society, we are making it increasingly probable. What will finally make it inevitable is neither the development of science and technique nor economic needs but the shaping of people who can do nothing else and will not be comfortable in any other society. What makes technoscience inevitable is the belief that it is, the pseudo-predictive boasting, and the assuring of people that it is in process of realization. 366. His judicious thesis is that although we are technically capable of doing anything by genetic engineering, there is no scientific indication of where we ought to go. It is very feeble to think merely that we should make hundreds of Einsteins. 367. What kind of person do we want to create? One that is above all intelligent, or religious, or muscular, or perfectly balanced physiologically, or altruistic, or egotistic, or fully integrated into the collective, or sensitive to beauty and artistic, or endowed with the critical judgment that makes for autonomous individuality, or conformist, or individual. We have to choose, for we cannot have them all. We cannot have a person that is both rigorously rational and highly spiritual,